Welcome back to Do League 2023. We're approaching to our last in 3 days here in this competition, and so far we did miss out a lot of action shares as well with Abby. I mean, coming in from the first 2 days of the action, specifically me for me, I didn't wasn't really able to catch an action on yesterday's run. On the other hand, you did come off pretty cold here and this on this page of this tournament, but hey, it doesn't matter. Fortunately, we are going to be starting things off with a run for Sunhawk, and what a way to put up a warm up in a very compact wild.
Yep, we are going to start the day off hot with a very, very small map, but it just is a very good way for our players to warm up and get ready for the next matches. Again, we're going to be having 5 matches today. Our first game is going to be in Sandhawk, but after that, we're going to go to Erangel, Miramar, back to Erangel, and Miramar again.
Yeah, I mean, El Clasico maps there is right after the first round. But moving over now to the expectancy that they have, honestly, never really expected For Miracle Vibes will be on top of the board right now, having 96 points, Sam 9 with 69. And keep in mind, they were able to bounce back pretty strongly on yesterday's run, winning like the second to the third round, while Face Clan moving over, they did win 2 rounds as well. And shockingly, Aegon XA8, they are able to put up a very convincing run here, ranking 5 right now, climbing 9 ranks above, leaving CMF, XGSM, Megatron, Red Villains, and NBA Esports down below. But what's a very shocking thing here is that Wasabi, is that we're not seeing Stalwart Esports being part of the first page into the overall board.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not doing as well as we expected them to do in the second week compared to their performance during week number 1. But of course, there's still today, tomorrow, and Tuesday, the next day to improve and get more points. And Stalwart Esports, sometimes they start slow, but they will bounce back eventually. We're going to just have to wait and see if they can pull that off again.
Honestly, this is probably just us getting brought back to memory lane, because the last time we did see them pop off was coming in from the day number 3 of the very week, and today is the day number 3 of the second week here. So I want to see them being able to put up the fight that they were so prevalent about coming in from the very first week. And after all, we only get 2 weeks of competition here for the Do League 2023, and the 18th will be ending here, and that's only going to be 2 nights away from us here, Wasabi. So there is going to be a bit of a catch up that they got to do, but at the same time, it's not yet too late.
Yeah, it definitely isn't too late yet, but they have to start soon. I mean, as I said, there's a lot of chance for them to catch up, but again, they can't wait for the very last minute because guys, that's going to be very difficult to do if you're trying to pull off something as big as that in the last minute, and you're putting a lot of risk on your backs waiting for the last moment to pull out a comeback like that.
I mean, pulling out in a competition like this is not the option, the way to go here for Set Stellar Esports. Because coming again, yes, it's late, but it's never too late. I mean, after all, when you get to look around the universe of the heroes, is that sometimes they always come in the very last second. But at the same time, when you're up against Four Miracle Vibes, which is a completely very well defined squad, whenever they get their engines revving up, it's kind of a bit too late. So they got to find a way that and hope to see that For Miracle Vibes will not be able to put up the impact, granted the 4 games that they will be playing here for tonight's run. And once more, this is what we talked about earlier. It's that For Miracle Vibes right now is on top, Sem 969, Genesis Esports here on 62, Face Clan on 59, Aegon XA8 alongside with CMF GSM will have 55, and Bigatron Red Villains, and NBA Esports will have 52.
Yep, but look at the gap specifically between Four Miracle Vibes and Sem 9. That's team number 1 and team number 2. That's a 27-point gap. Now, earlier in week number 1, we saw the players of Stalwart Esports pull off the same thing. And when they got that big of a gap, they maintained it, made it even bigger, and at nowhere in the whole week was anyone able to catch up to them. So I think for Miracle Vibes, they're going to try to attempt to pull off the same thing that Stalwart did in week number 1. But again, guys, we just have to see if someone can reverse the tides right now, change things up. Sam 9, 27-point gap, very hard to cover, but 2 or 3 good games to their side will probably be enough to catch up to Four Miracle Vibes. But again, that's something very, very hard to ask for.
And it's pretty crazy to see as once more we have Egon X8 and TMF XGSM here part of this very first page of the board. But enough dwelling on that. We are soon going to be moving over now to the second page, and completely that's where we're going to be able to see Stellar Esports alongside a few more notable names here that is supposed to be part of this overall first batch. Will be at the second run. And here we go. Moving over, we got Haley Esports here on top, Stalwart on 48, D Xavier will be on 11. Procedure Evos will have the 12 spot, 13, 14, 15, and 16 is going to be a bit of a difficult, you know, positioning here for the set of alter egos areas, one for one official, Sersha and IHC, all because of the fact that they haven't been able to really put up the fight. And talk about IHC here. I mean, after all, the last time we got to see them play out, they were so pretty insane in regards to getting the longevity up and going for each and every rounds. But for this time around, all because of the rivalry that they have had up against Face Clan, they have been the first squad to get eliminated.
Definitely right now, unfortunately, that's going to happen to them. But I think another thing that I find interesting with the second page is that D Savior is actually going to be in the 11th spot. We know that D Savior got actually ranked third in week number 1, but now it doesn't seem that they're doing a very well. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the player stats. Again, these are going to be the players on the running for that MVP title, and an additional 100 US dollars straight into their pockets is going to be East from Four Miracle Vibes at number 1, and NB Esports Mondo on the other side trying to catch up to East.
Yeah, I mean, Mondoa Emo from the side of NV Esports being able to put up this very defined performance is so impressive, honestly. And we all know for a fact that for Miracle Vibes right now, they do own like three of the spots for the MVP race as well, coming from the side of Doc, East, and Apex. But Baron's still a bit of a question as well on when is he going to be able to put up the impact. After all, it's going to be hard to get the spotlight as well when you have three of your squad mates already owning the spotlight. And if ever Baron can kick off and put more fight into the mix, it's going to be a very tough squad here for Four Miracle Vibes to deal with.
Definitely a very, very tough fight, but I am just getting excited to finally see more matches. We missed again a couple days for week number, or me and Warden at least for us casters. We've missed the last 2 days of week number 2, but we are going to be back. And as far as I know, I think we're going to be here for the rest of the week, right, Warden?
Oh, definitely. And that's what we like, honestly, not missing out any actions at all. And fortunately, round number one action for Soundhawk will be starting off soon. Guys, put your bets down below. Which team are you guys going to be eyeing out for? In regards to the players that will be playing for this very run, first of all, once more, we have a combination of A, B, C, D. No, A, B, C, and D. Right after that, it's going to be A, C, D, E, A, B, D, E. On round number 4, we're going to have A, B, C, and E. And for the last one, we're not going to be seeing A. We're going to be seeing B, C, D, and E.
Yep, so that just means for the first match of tonight, we're going to be seeing Bigatron Red Villain, Sam9, Sersha Esports, 7th Element, Prestige Evos, Hale Esports, NB Esports, IHC Esports, Morph GPX, FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, Agon I8, Stalwart Esports, For Miracle Vibes, Yodu Alliance, and Vampire Esports. But again, guys, this is going to be the prize pool for this competition. Week 1 is done and dealt with, but the same prize pool will be distributed to week 2. 900 US dollars to the champions, followed by 500 to the runner-ups, then 300, 200, and 100 to the MVP or the top fragger. And then the total rank for both week 1 and 2 is going to be added up together to get the overall ranking. The champion is going to get 1,500 US dollars, followed by $1,080, then going all the way down to 240. And guys, this prize pool for the overall ranking alone is 6,000 US dollars, and not to mention the additional $2,000 per week, adding up to 10,000 US dollars for this tournament in general, Warden.
Now we get a confirmation as well that this is the maps that we will be seeing here with Sabi. It's going to be Sanok, Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, back to the rusty coast of Miramar on the 5th round. And this is exactly what I like, honestly. We get to have a refresher for Sanhawk. On the middle, we get Miramar. On between, we have Erangel and Erangel. And on the last one, Miramar. And, out of every maps here, Wasabi, which map here aside from Sanhok? I know for a fact me and you has this very equal taste for Sanhok. Which rounds are you eyeing off for, let's say, Formical vibes?
I was gonna say Sanghok. I mean, you really read my mind there. But considering that you won't let me pick Sanhok, I think I will have to go with probably Miramar. I know we've seen a lot of action happening in this map. It's definitely one to watch out for. So I am hoping to see a lot of action there when we go into the game.
You know, it might just be time as well here for Formical vibes to try to learn how to put up the impact, especially for Miramar, because I know for a fact they're much more cohesive when they lean towards the jungle coast of the University for PUBG Mobile, especially on Erangel and Sandhawk. So I don't know exactly what kind of offerment they can do and put it down to the table, but one for sure it is going to be pretty questionable as well if ever they don't really put up the impact on those respective rounds. Only a they only have around like 30-point lead up against Sem9, and if Sem9 is going to be able to take away the factor of Formerical vibes in those two runs of Miramar, till then we might just be able to see things more evened up for between these two squads.
Yep, you're right. Miramar is not the most friendly map to beginners or newbies. But again, we're not seeing newbies. We're seeing the pros, the big teams in the community play it out. So I guess that's why I find it interesting. But yeah, you're right. I think they do a little bit or slightly better in Erangel, but you know, I just like to throw something different there. Put them in a map that they're not used to.
Yeah, so you know, we have two maps here that could be owned respectively from each squad, and it's gonna be hard to define as well on how this one's gonna play out. After all, there's no such thing as consistency here in PUBG Mobile, aside from the fact that Formerical Vibes overall are one of those squads that can just put themselves into the mixture in most cases. But we might just be dwelling too much with Formerical Vibes and Sem9. We don't exactly know. There might just be a dark horse here for this very day, like Stalwart Esports, because once more, with every squad here that will be playing in this tournament or on this very match or night, each of them will be granted 4 games in total to play with. So I want to see who's going to be able to take down 4 games here into this competition.
That is right. We'll just have to wait and see. And Warden, I'm getting very, very excited to see the next match. How about you? Aside from the teams on top, okay, we already have four Miracle Vibes M9 Genesis Esports on top. So we're not gonna talk about them. Who among the people on the second page? Okay, you already said Stalwart. So who else are you expecting to pop off in this next 5 games tonight?
Okay, I'm gonna draw things back here. Not gonna talk about the second page because it is a bit far fetched for them to catch up. But if ever, I'm gonna be leaning towards one team here on this very first page. Shockingly, from the side of Pakistan, it's gonna be Aegon XI8 because they were able to end things strong on yesterday's run. And I know for a fact I just contradicted your statement, but I do have this a bit of a feeling that Aegon X8 might falter as well back to the second page, but at the same time, they're not really down below coming in from the first batch of the overall ranking. And especially if they can put up the same fight over and over again, put up those convincing elimination points and actually win off those very rounds, they might just be the team here to overpower and overthrow everyone into this competition.
That is definitely possible, but again, very, very tall order there. I think though we have to also watch out for probably Bigatron Red Villains. We've seen them put up some good fights as well as NBE Sports, but right now they're on the verge of being pushed onto the second page. So they definitely have to step up their game to be able to rank higher, secure their placement on that first page, maybe even into the top 4 where they're going to be able to get some prize money if they are able to maintain it all the way to the end of the competition.
Maintenance, maintenance, maintenance. Such a hard thing to manage, and I don't know. I mean, the next thing we know, it might just be the Xavier alter ego errors as well popping off. I mean, with every squad that we
Maybe.
have been able to see in this competition, each and every one of them has already won off one round. So it is very well possible for anything to happen here, but we just have to let things pan out. And once more, I know for a fact you guys are excited for game number 1 to start. I'm pretty excited. Wasabi has been pretty hyped up and has been revolving around the adrenaline that she has been getting from our lovely Mountain Dew here at my right side. Well,
I
hey
need
guys,
need some.
no,
Oh.
get away from my desk. Get away.
I'm trying to reach the Mountain Dew.
Well, you're not in the side of Mountain Dew, so the hi.
Yep, but again, guys, this is going to be the Dew League sponsored by Mountain Dew. Thank you so much to Mountain Dew for having us here and for sponsoring this amazing PUBG tournament for all of us. And I know that a lot of people have been enjoying it the past couple of days, the past couple of weeks, watching all the action between all of these teams playing here.
Here we go. And now we wait. We wait
And wait,
and
and
wait.
wait. I don't like waiting. I want to start the match already. And I think the comments have the same thought in mind as well. But we are just waiting for production to transition us into the game. And guys, while we are waiting for that, I want everyone to drop in the comments who do you think is going to be the team that wins game number 1 at Sandhawk? Who is going to place number 1, 2, and 3 among these teams. So go drop that down in the comments. We'll be checking out the stream once in a while. So let us know.
Oh yeah, I think we there's a lot of people that has been missing you a lot. So hey, we'll see.
Maybe. Maybe. So for now, we continue to wait. I'm reading some comments here, but none of them really answering my question just yet. I think there's a little bit of stream delay. So I will just wait a little longer. How about you, Warden? What's your predictions for the game? Top 3 teams.
Ay, ay, that's hard. Stalwart for Miracle Vibes and the Xavier.
Stalwart. You think they're gonna try to attempt the come back here from the second page all the way to the top?
Yeah, I think so.
For today at least. Definitely a possible situation there. Um yeah, I think Stalwart will place somewhere within the top 3 hopefully, but I think also another team that would be looking to make a comeback might also just be the players from the Savior. And Hale, we've seen them do some couple of good plays on Sandhawk as well, but again, we just have to see because For Miracle has been so consistent in this week number 2.
So it's so hard to imagine on the possibility that these teams can offer into the table. But for now, we just have to wait things once again. And overall, I've given my top 3. What about you? Talk about your top 3.
Yeah, as I was saying a while ago, I think it's going to be the players from the Savior as well as Hale and maybe even Stalwart as well. Although I'm not really sure how the placement between those three teams are going to be, but I'm sure those 3 teams are going to come out on top 3 somewhere in some sort of arrangement.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But for now, as casters, we can only imagine what is the inevitable, the unavoidable situation, and things here are pretty stale once more. And moving over, coming in from the players of Bigatron Villains, 7-9, Sersha, 7 Elements. And overall, I'm pretty okay here with Sabi. I'm just like, I'm so occupied from the thought of what's about to come here in this tournament. So
Thinking
I'm
about all
pretty
the
tense now.
possibilities. All the possibilities of who might win this match, and well, that's possible. Warden, are you seeing the comments right now in the stream?
Not actually. Wait, let me open it up.
Open it because interestingly enough, some people are saying we're a couple.
Well, okay. On the casting scene, you guys might feel like she's my very defined partner here, but her partner is my partner.
What?
What?
Um. Okay, this is just so funny. But like, yeah, so we are just waiting for the next game to start. I'm seeing some comments here that they're saying Genesis Esports might win, For Miracle Vibes might win, Stalwart Esports might win. That's all possibilities. That is one thing for sure. That is something that we'll have to watch out for. Very exciting game.
All right. Well, on this first round, once more, we are not going to be seeing the composition of Group E. So that's going to be Alter Ego Airs, the Xavier, and 141 official, and alongside with CMF X GSM out. So you only really get to see the heavy hitters here in this competition. So Stalwart Esports and For Miracle Vibes, alongside with Udo Alliance and Vampire Esports, will have to play this one through. But for the time being, they are still waiting. And this is the first time that we are waiting for this long, honestly.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised as well, but probably some connection issues. I know the tournament was delayed for a while the last couple of days because there were some problems with PUBG logging in. I'm not quite sure if they're having the same problem right now, but all we can do is really wait for production and for the tournament admins to give us a cue on when we're going to transition into the game. But for sure, guys, they are handling it to their best abilities, trying to get this game started so that we can finally see the action.
Honestly, I think that we are bound to just wait and wait and wait and wait, but it's all okay. We like to be waiting and all, and mostly over the fact that I want to see that this is going to be the starters as well. After all, this is round number 3 or match number 3 or day number 3 overall, and there's still plenty more opportunities to play with. After all, you'll get like 5 games now, and moving
Per
over
day.
to tomorrow, we'll have another 5 games of run, and on the last one as well, we have 5. So that is 15 opportunities here for each and every squads to do. It just, I gotta close this comment section. Everyone just funny.
And the comments are getting quite funny. I mean, they're sending in their predictions right now. I did ask for their predictions, so that is what they're doing. We see a lot of a huge variety of different teams. We see some saying
Here we go.
Betatron Red Villains, Genesis Esports. Oh, and the game has started. Finally, we've transitioned into the game. As you can see here, the teams have already started spreading throughout the map. Didn't really get to see the full flight path, but as we can see, they're already starting to drop down.
Here we go. Drops coming in. Sem9 going to be having the path of Cam Charlie here. Vampire Esports going to be leaning towards Tambang. One more GPX on the same vicinity as well. 7 elements will be dropping down from the first island itself. And for the time being, we're not going to be seeing anything play out here on towards the bottom right of the map because a lot of things are going to be, pretty stale for the time being. And now we get to see Procedure Evos up against Stalwart Esports are hopping in. Let's see how this one's going to go.
And right now, things slow down. We're going to try to wait because Stalwart Esports here are already very, very close to the players on the side of Precision Evos. And right now, on the kill feed, you can see a couple of kills going through between Sersha Esports and IHC as well. But unfortunately, we're not really seeing that on the camera so far. Right now, it's going to be FaZe versus Agon I8 and a player from 7th Element as well on the backside of this area. But right now, we're going to see the first engagement between FaZe coming through, and it looks like the players on the side of Agon I8 is going to have a slight advantage here.
Ooh, time for you here with a DBS checking in, looking to find means to move over. And now he wants to hop down here on this first floor. 2 players inside of Procedure. Evos will get eliminated, make it 10th overall, and now we get to see him and overall Stalwart Esports clean up the mess here alongside with FaZe Clan thrown out from the very start of the game.
And right now, the smoke's gonna come through, trying to block out the views. Die for you, trying to heal up here, getting some loot to his side. And they're going to be able to clear out the area. Looks like we're going to be down to 14 teams left in the game. And Agon I8 is going to be the ones on top, as well as Stalwart Esports with 4 kills each. But in their last engagement with Precision Evos as well as FaZe, they did lose 1 player each respectively, which just means that they're going to be down to 3 teams left. Right now, we're going to see the quick overview of the map. As you can see, most of the teams within the area looks like it's going to be right in the center of the map. Couple of teams on the outer areas of the circle, but again, very small map, so it's going to be easy for them to rotate.
Now we get to see that the first circle pan out, and someone said here, casters are really talkative. Well, we get paid to speak, so this is exactly our job into this very event. But moving over, we are seeing the central side of the map here being occupied by 2 players, and now we gotta see that things are pretty slow here once more. But for the time being, I want to see how the rotations will be taken over here by the side of Sersha, as in the process, they do have to deal with 1 squad. It's going to be IHC for you hopping in. They want to take things slow, but at the same time, they can't avoid the fight.
And right now, things is about to get heated as the players of Sersha Esports inch closer towards another team. But we're gonna take a quick look on the side of Seventh Element, and on the kill feed, we see the players of IHC get eliminated. 13 teams left on the game, but 4 minutes into the match only, and that means it's been a pretty quick game already. 3 teams out of the equation. But once again, things slow down. Look at this. Seventh Element, they've got a pretty good spread of their players, some on the lower ground, some on the higher grounds, to give them that overview of the whole map and area that they can get. This gives them a bird's eye view of where their enemies might be, but looks like they're not going to be able to spot anyone just yet, and so things start to slow down again.
Slow down just a little bit, but that is pretty much unavoidable here for the round of Sandhawk. And now we have Sersha on top, Aegon XA as well, alongside with Stalwart. Bigatron, Red Villain, 7-9, 7 Elements, they still want to try to find a way to put the fight into the mix. But now they have 2 minutes and 30 seconds before stage 1 will start. So things are pretty stale here once more. And we are seeing that, things are a bit slow down here. But at the same time, I want to see things, happen. But it's just not happening, not just yet.
Yep. Things are pretty slow considering this Sandhawk. I mean, usually when we see Sandhawk, it is very aggressive. But for now, things are getting pretty slow. We did have a lot of early engagements, which made the map less crowded in the earlier half of the game. But right now, we're gonna take a quick look at the players of Hale here. No players close to them, as they are pretty far off from the rest of the teams in this match. But they are just trying to get some loot before moving into the circle. We can see that they're actually split up. They're in pairs right now. Some players in zone, some players out of zone, trying to scope out the area, trying to get a better view of where their opponents are. But, it's a pretty good strategy because they're not too far from each other that they would be risking each other without being able to back each other up, but they're far enough that they're going to be able to occupy a huge amount of space. And right now, we can see a lot of teams moving towards the zone as the time trickles down and stage 1 gets closer and closer towards ending.
And now we are seeing the game is nearing to one another once more. And now we are having a bit of a run here on the resort. And so far, it's going to be Halo Esports here on rotation down the mid street. A lot of people here are just goofy as hell. And one thing about goofiness, it's pretty much relevant to talk about as well when it comes to driving. And so far, we are seeing 2 vehicles here played out for a set of Halo Esports. Sea Sky only inside a shed right now. We'll try to move over. And the right around the vicinity is going to be Sersha for you.
Right now, we are going to see Hale on this of Sky only on the side of Hale, trying to scope out the area again. Not too much engagements, but on the far right, you can actually see the players of Sersha Esports there, not coming into contact with the players just yet, but they're pretty close, so they have to watch out. And guys, that Sandhawk is a very small map. You can't really be using vehicles here to rotate. You have to go on foot if you don't want to cause too much noise, draw much attention to your side. But Get Slow here has ideas of his own, trying to pull out that motorcycle to move around quicker, and that is going to be a lot of noise to their side, probably going to lead to an engagement later on between them and Sersha esports. But for now, things are going to slow down. Zone getting smaller and smaller. Looks like boot camp will be the main focus of this circle for this game.
Ooh, bootcamp El Clasico. Conversion to Picado or School. It's going to be a heavy battlefield now. 7 elements coming from the side of the Alpha Island will be in rotation as well to try to put themselves into the mix. And once more, time meters passing by. The last time we saw the initial start of the circle, it took 3 minutes, but now it's now going to be just 40 seconds left before we see the battle plan out. And we have Vampire Esports here hanging on to the bridge, looking to gatekeep people out. T24 OP coming from the side of 7 elements will be just one bullet tag away from getting eliminated. And I think that might just be the demise here for a set of 7 elements.
Maybe that is definitely a possibility, but look at this. A VPE Ravenclaw, very, very close to the players of 7th Element. Not going in for the engagement just yet, waiting for that backup to come through. Just hiding here in this vehicle, trying to stay covered, trying to use this as a way of hiding since there's not too many things surrounding the area where he can take cover. But right now, the zone is going to get smaller and smaller. The players of Agonai 8 going to be pushed here. And Sem 9 pushing onto the players of Hale. Lots of engagements happening on the kill feed right now. Agonai 8 going to use those grenades to put pressure on the players of NB Esports, trying to force them out of the buildings, trying to go in for an engagement. But look at this Warden. There's going to be 3 different teams in this area trying to go in for an engagement as the players of Genesis Esports try to push in as well.
Now the battle will commence. Stalwart up against Aegon X8, previously known as the winners forward of last round last night. Can they get this one through? Hail Esports down below. Mikhail from the side of Sim 9 going to be making the nades hail from the skies. And it's going to be Hail Esports here, just hiding inside the warehouses, waiting for an angle to come through. But if you're on the side of Sim 9, you might just have to deal with 4 Miracle Vibes as well. And I don't think this is looking to be a great look here for a set of Sem 9.
Not looking very good, but look at this. We are going to see the players of NB Esports going to be down to 3 active players as one gets knocked down. They're going to have to revive that player later, but for now, they're trying to deal with the players around them. They're going to be surrounded by not only Agon I8, but a couple players on the side of Stalwart very close by as well. And as the map gets smaller, there's more and more teams trying to join into this engagement. Right now, we're going to take a quick look at the players of Sem 9 here as they inch closer towards another team. But back to the side of Genesis Esports, trying to play at the low grounds as they push towards NB Esports. Agonai 8 very close by as well, but not trying to get into the mix just yet. Now the smoke's going to come through, trying to block the sides of the players, giving them time to reposition and get closer towards their opponents now. In just any moment right now, Master from the side of Genesis Esports going to try to go into and push into this building, trying to get the players of NB Esports knocked down. He's going to be able to get one, pushes in, but pays for it, gets knocked down as well. NB Esports eliminated from the game. 12 teams left on the map.
And Sersha and Genesis has been pretty stale here. It might just be Genesis as well, going down next as there's only 2 players left remaining for them. But fortunately, they are going to be able to get the pick up as well against Master Ichi, so that's going to be it. But for 4 Miracle Vibes, more GPX will be on the other side. Now it's all going to come down to this very moment. Baron looking to be on the front lines. Rocky just around the outskirts. Does have the information to play around with. Now they want to find a way to cross this bridge here with no troubles whatsoever. Things pretty slow. And now he wants, and they want to go for the clash now. More 2PX Rocky will take down East. And now the trade-off will try to come in here. Baron from a distance, hailing from the skies. And he wants to go for another elimination now, but the boat will be covering the visuals here so far for a set of 4 Miracle Vibes.
And look at this. We're going to take a quick view of the overall of the map right now. As you can see, a lot of the teams on that bootcamp area, as well as the open grounds, as the map becomes smaller and smaller, they're going to be forced into a small area where mostly covered by water, which isn't going to play in the favor of a lot of these teams. So we'll have to find out exactly how this ends up. But look at this. It's going to be the players on the side of Genesis very, very close to Agonite as well, Stalwart, who are at the boot camps. And right now, for Miracle Vibes, trying to go into an engagement with Morph as well as some of the players on the side of 7th Element. Going to be very difficult battle here as they're out in the open by the waters. Morph going to be able to get one on the side of 4 Miracle Vibes. Forced to, down to 2 players right now. Another going in for the push, but Dog is going to make him pay. Takes him down, and we're going to have two last players on the side of our Miracle Vibes as they eliminate the team on the side of Morph, and now 11 teams remain.
Ooh. Can we see more players go down under the vicinity of Painan? Sem9 wants to go head-to-head here against Formical Vibes. As we all know, Formical Vibes was very phenomenal on the last 2 nights, but now they are getting taken down from a distance. Schweb instead of Vampire getting 1 kill. West Carry here with a UMP looking to make a break here inside a warehouse. Drops the heal, retaliates, pulls away from the gunfight. Master Ichi trying to push into the right side of the warehouse. And now it's going to be West Carry here looking to go for commitment. IQ just across, gonna fall back as well. And there's gonna be a lot of hesitance here in this very clash, and no commitments, not just yet.
Things slow down for now. They know that there's a lot on the line, but look at this. The Genesis Esports, they're going to still have 4 players on the map. Agonite, on the other hand, they are going to be on a little bit more of a difficult situation as they only have 2 active players left. And right now you can see that they are trying to use this building to their advantage, but it looks like the players of Genesis Esports going to play it a little bit more aggressive as they try to sneak into the building and push Agon I8 into a corner. Now Falak and the smokes trying to stay hidden, but the players of Genesis Esports right around the corner, and look at this Master going in for the rotation, trying to catch them off guard, trying to circle them from every corner. And back to the side of 4 Miracle Vibes we go as they try to go in here with another team as well. Agon I8 gets taken down. One last player on their side. It's going to be QQ here with the last player remaining. He's going to spot a couple of the players on the side of Genesis Esports. Not able to clean out the kill just yet, but as I say that, he's going to be able to knock down 2. Genesis Esports down to 1 player as well, and it's going to be a 1v1 for Agonite versus Genesis.
Now IQ wants to close out the fight here. Genesis Esports Master Smile will be on the opposing side. Die for you here controlling the mid lane. And everybody see what's about to come here on so far. Yudu Alliance gonna go head to head up against Sersha. And it's gonna be them facing the Molly here from the opposing side. And it's gonna be a bit of a big commitment here for him. Out in the open. Getting tagged up, heading behind a tree, looking to recover from the situation. Unfortunately, no players will be coming across here from the back lines. And he is gonna be able to get the recovery now to try to wrap around RNJ. Might have to deal with 2 players here simultaneously as he is going to get offered a pinch.
And now, look at this play from the side of Yodu. They're going to be down to actually 2 players left, but trying to play it strategically and stay alive. Now, to the side of Vampire Esports as well, not trying to go into the engagement as they know Sem9 is right around the corner, and that it's going to be a very difficult push for them if they do decide to go in for that. For Miracle Vibes, on the other hand, a couple of their players suffering to being outside of that zone, taking a lot of damage as we are already on that stage number 4, moving into 5th. These players have to start moving into zone, but with the zone very, very small, they're going to be forced into a lot of engagements as soon as they go in for that push. Right now, as you can see, for Miracle Vibes, they're going to be here right around the players of 7th Element as well as Sem9. And it looks like Sersha Esports gets eliminated off cam. Same goes with the players of Genesis Esports. Now down to 9 teams left.
Now the battle comes true once more. And so far, we are seeing Hill Esports actually get the connection as well from afar. And that's going to be 4 Miracle Vibes waving their hands goodbye.
Ooh.
And now we try to move on to the next fight here. Still plenty more to go here right around the corner.
Yep, a lot of things that might happen, but look at this. Vampire Esports, they're going to use those grenades to their advantage, trying to get some damage placed on the players of Sem9 from afar without really pushing into a very risky spot. Now, this map is known for its mountainous open areas with not too much cover that they can use to their advantage, aside from the rocks and trees and maybe the vehicles that they bring along with them. But Agonite right now going to get eliminated from the match. 7 teams left, and we are getting closer towards the end of this game. As you can see here, the players of Bigatron Red Villains, they're going to be stacked up here as they try to hide behind the walls, but behind the rocks. But the players of Seventh Element very close by, looking to go and push for an engagement right now. On the kill feed, we also see Vampire Esports getting kills on the players of Sem9, and Sem9 gets eliminated from the competition. 6 teams left on the game, guys, and we're about to see who finally comes out on top. Stalwart Esports on the road of making a comeback here, despite the bad games they've had the last 2 days here. They're looking to try and make it back onto that first page, maybe even on the top 3 or top 4 teams of the day. But for now, they're going to try and keep fighting a little bit longer, trying to get as many kills as possible while staying alive. Seventh Element has the same plans here as they try to camp on the high grounds, getting a view of the teams around them. As you can see, Vampire Esports very good sight from the side of Seventh Element here, as they do maintain the high grounds.
Maintenance of the high grounds is going to be something that we want to see, obviously, from them. And now we get to see Icy just slowly but surely climbing to the vicinity of Seventh Elements. Alien, alongside with Tweet 24 OP, will be just right around the boot camp. And it's going to be Satarlis as well, having the high grounds here for the set of Bigatron Red Villains. Could be a 3-way, 4-way clash here if ever Haley Esports wants to put themselves into the mix right now. And it's going to be Icy here behind the shed, looking for things to come true. Pops the molly, shows it to the window. That's going to be enough for him to close down the distance as well, alongside with Exoni. And they do have this compound now. And we only have 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 squads remaining here. Who can reign supreme? Let's come and find out.
Well, we'll have to find out pretty soon, because it looks like they're getting closer and closer to one another. Stalwart Esports Eyes here, going to get a shot on Tony K, taking him down and eliminating him from the game. Players on the side of Vampire Esports going to be down to one final player, but he takes some damage too. Gets eliminated from the match. 5 teams remain in the game, Warden. And as we can see here, Stalwart, they're doing a really well here in Sandhawk. 9 kills to their name already, and they still get that number 1 spot. They have 3 players in the game, which is pretty even with in comparison to Hale, and way better than all the other teams, as the other teams only have 2 to 1 player left. But right now we're gonna see the side of Yodo Alliance getting eliminated, bringing us to 4 teams left.
Moving over, we get to see more Bigatron Red Villains having the worst odds here to play around with. The nade will pop just above him, not going to be enough to getting eliminated from the chase, not just yet. And talk about like this might just be the chance here for the set of Stalwart as Icy takes down Starless from the side of Bigatron Red Villains. 7 Elements, T24 OP down to the ground as well. Alien with a Vector looking to make the play, but unfortunately he is going to be the only player remaining here so far. The pin tries to get offered, and he does get taken down. And now it's going to be between Stalwart Esports and Hale here on this last and final clash.
One of the players on the side of Hale gets knocked down. It's going to be a 2v2 right now, unless they're going to be able to take that player up. It looks like Getslow is going to try to get that up as soon as possible, but he has to watch out because Icy going for a very risky push, and the grenades to match with it as well. He's going to land and take Flash down once again. Hale going to be down to 2 players. Make that 1 as Hale gets another one on Tiger off feed, and looks like Stalwart Esports very good position to be able to win this game, especially with the grenades they're using right now, Molotovs and throwballs as well to match with it. They're putting Getslow in a very tough situation here, and it looks like they are going to be able to take the first game to their side. Stalwart Esports winning the chicken dinner for tonight.
GG, well played. Lovely, precious, delicious meal of a chicken dinner. And Stalwart Esports, we talked about them popping off here on day number 3 in the first round. They get it through, and what a way to put things off, as it is going to be a round for Sandhawk. So that is going to be very impressive here for Stalwart Esports to be more continuous here for this very game. After all, it is only the first round, but a start is a start.
I mean, it is definitely a very good way to start the day. It's a very heated match, Sandhawk, small map, so a lot of engagement to happen at any moment. But I'm kind of sad that we're not going to see any other Sandhawk maps for the day, and it's going to be Arango and Miramar all throughout the night. But for now, we're going to see the winners of game number one, Stalwart Esports, coming out on top as the top team for game number one, day number three of week number two.
Yeah, chalking out X here being able to just rock things down here for the squad, but for the time being, it is going to be Stalwart Esports Icy here rocking 8 elimination points, Actually with 4, Die For You with 1, and Tops with 0. But, with Icy here being able to put up this very, dominant run here for the squad, that's going to be enough for them to rack up 13 elimination points, 23 overall for the game.
And that is going to be the top team for the night. As you can see, I see 8 kills to his name and 6 knocks. Definitely helping his team a lot here. Not only by getting kills, but also helping his other teammates knock down a couple of their opponents, getting that damage dealt on their opponents around them. And as we saw, there were a lot of times that they were forced into a engagement where it's not only them and their opponent but also maybe 2 3 other teams as well, and I guess that's why they were really able to put a lot of damage up on the scoreboard. But look at this, we're going to have a little bit of a match summary here. It looks like the players on the side of Hale Esports as well as Vampire Esports and Seventh Element is going to travel the longest distance here. But when it comes to the throwables, it's going to be between Seventh Element as well as Stalwart Esports, putting up a lot of use for those throwables, especially the smokes and grenades that are able to help them and assist them when they're in an engagement.
Something about Solar Esports just being able to, okay, it's not going to be the most, what do you call this? Not the most amount, but at the same time, whenever they do use any utilities or lethals, it comes in pretty hefty as well because they are able to convert from that. But overall, this is the match leaderboards here: 23 points for the set of Stalwart, 10 for the set of Hale, 9 here for the set of Seventh Element. Vampire Esports, alongside with Aegon X8, will have 7. Bigatron Red Villains, Pseudo Alliance, Sersha will have 6. M9, Genesis, 4 Michael Vibes, and Procedure Evos will be here contending to fight for, a scratch here. But at the same time, they are going to fall down behind. And the only squad here that wasn't really able to pick up any points whatsoever is going to be IHG Esports.
Yep, IHC unfortunately gets a donut here, a 0, because they were not able to get any eliminations and they were killed off pretty early. So I guess that's why they were really not able to get anything on that scoreboard, which is quite unfortunate for that team. But right now, top damage dealers of the game, of course, is going to go to the side of Stalwart Esports as they're able to get 13 kills and the damage to meet it as well. But following them, it's going to be Agon I8 with the 6 kills, as well as Vampire Esports with the 5, Hale and Seventh Element at 4 kills respectively. Pretty close when it comes to the damage. So either way, the players on Stalwart Esports, no one even close to beating them, not even halfway of the amount of
Oh,
kills
wow.
they were able to get in that game.
Oh, wow. They're now at the number 3
Whoa.
spot. What a jump right there. Climbing 7 ranks
Wow.
above. Sem9 going to be trailing soon enough. If Star Esports can claim the next 2 points as well to even it up. Formidable Vibes will be the first team to enter the 100-point mark, but at the same time, it's only going to take at least 2 more games for Star Esports to overtake the Shadow. But for the time being, they are still on top, and a lead is a lead.
Definitely. I mean, as long as you're able to maintain the lead, then it will still be a lead. But look at this. For Miracle Vibes, though they only got 4 points in the last match, they still maintain the top spot and a huge lead to match with it as well over the rest of the teams. But they can't continue the way they started that first game. 4 points to their name is not a good way to start the day. They have to step up their momentum, especially if they want to maintain the top slot, because if they don't, someone is going to steal it away from them. Going to the second page right now, we're going to see GSM They're on the ninth spot right now. Although they didn't play in game number one, we are going to be seeing them from game two all the way to the end of the day. So that's going to give them some time to catch up. Followed by GSM is going to be NB Esports, D Savior, Persija Evos, Alter Egos Aries, One for One Official, Sersha Esports, and Yodu Alliance. So those are the teams that we definitely have to watch out for, because as you can see in the second page, their scores are pretty close to one another, not as big as a gap as the teams in page number one. So there's going to be a lot of movement between the teams here.
Yeah, I mean, we might just be able to see once more Procedure Evils and the Xavier pop off. It's not going to be very unlikely to happen, but at the same time, if they're not going to be able to put up the fights, then it's going to be tough for us to see any difference or any movements whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely going to be difficult, but again, we just have to see what they're able to pull off. I mean, a while ago, Stalwart Esports was on that second page, and not even I think he was like third on the second page. But either way, one good game with a lot of eliminations to their name was able to put them on the first page, and not only first page, but also on a number 3 on the scoreboard. So they were able to really catch up, and more good games to them might just put them on top. But before we see the next game, game number 2, we are going to be taking a short break in just a couple of minutes, Warden.
Yeah, so we'll be right back, guys. We'll see how this one's going to go as well for this round number 2. So coming in, we are the voices for the English broadcast. I am Morden. Alongside with me is going to be Wasabi. We'll be right back, guys. Well, we're back for more action here for this Dual League 2023. Second round will be next in line here, and we are going to be moving over to Irangle.
Wait, I'm kind of confused. Why is my camera so large? But yes, we are going to be going straight into Orango for game number 2 for tonight. And guys, this time we're going to see a different change of teams here. It's going to be Group A, C, D, and E. We're going to say goodbye to the teams on Group number B, and they're going to be switched out for Team E. Now, this time on Group E, you're finally going to see the players of Alter Egos Aries as well as D Savior and 141 Official and GSM finally play for tonight.
We'll see. We'll see if there's going to be any difference that we might just be able to see here. But for now, we are just going to be, wishing on what's going to be the possible outcome, what is going to be the inevitable. And so far, things are pretty slow down just a little bit. And for the time being, we got to see Sour Esports starting strong here coming from the first round itself. So we'll see. We'll see if it's going to be the same case here or not.
Yep, we'll have to see exactly if it's going to be same case or not. But a very good start of the day for the players of Stalwart Esports, going to be able to put up a good fight for game number 1. And as Warden said, we're going to have to wait and see if it's going to be same in the storyline going into game number 2, and if we're going to be able to see the same set of action happening then.
Well, it could be same set of actions or not, but one thing for sure is that we're going to be seeing a lot of changes are happening soon enough. And, at this current moment right now, I don't exactly know what to expect because for America Vibes, they did falter quite a lot coming in from the very first match itself. So, if things are going to be continuous like that, we might just be able to see just overall a different spotlight here before we wrap things up tonight.
Yep, we'll have to see if that happens. But I want to ask your predictions. A while ago, we were saying Stalwart Esports might be one of the top 3 teams, and they definitely were. They came up on top. So, again, I want to ask your predictions for game number 2. If it's going to be Stalwart Esports still, or will it be a little bit of a change?
I think we might just be able to see a change here soon, but at the same time, we don't exactly know what's going to be going through the minds of these players itself. But since we are getting the composition of everyone but Group B, Sword Esports and Formerical Vibes, they can still put up the scratch. And at the same time, the Xavier and Alter Ego Harris are pretty hungry as well in regards to putting up a fight into the competition. But it's just a matter of questioning as well, when are they going to do that?
When are they going to pull that off, and when are we finally going to see them bring up more action? But again, only the players can answer that. We can't really say, we can't make too many predictions on what's going to happen, and we'll have to find out. But now, as we said a while ago, Group E is going to be going into the mix, and we're going to be saying goodbye to the players of Group B. Specifically, that's going to be Persija Evos, Haley Sports, NB Esports, and IHC, replaced with the teams of Alter Egos, Aries, D Savior, One for One Official, and GSM. Now, I know a lot of people in the comments, or a couple of them at least, were asking about GSM and when they're going to play, and that moment is actually now in game number 2, and they are going to be playing for the rest of the night in the next couple of matches, so stay tuned for that as well.
I think CMF XGSM has a really good chance to make their presence felt into this competition, especially since they do have consecutive games here happening about now. And for the rest of the competition here, honestly, Sem 9, I wouldn't be too shocked as well if they can do exactly what we got to see them do before we wrap things off, coming from the yesterday's run. So them being able to rack up those elimination points and alongside with placement as well could be a huge factor here, as after all they are moving into their territory, which is a wrangle, and what moreover we get to see them play as well here for Miramar.
Yep, I'm excited to see that happen out. Compared to a game number 1, compared to Sandhawk, Miramar is going to be a little bit bigger, but you have to be very strategic and tactical in this map. It requires a lot of rotations, a lot of knowledge of the surrounding areas, especially taking advantage of those high grounds and lower grounds as well. You need to be able to get a good mix of it, be able to position your team in a way that it gives you an advantage over your opponents, but also doesn't put you at too big of a risk. And right now, we're going to head straight into the game. And as you can see, we're finally going to see the flight path. It's going to be from the top right all the way down to the bottom left of the map. And we can already see some players dropping out early.
They're dropping down here. It's going to be Alter Ego Eris going to the vicinity of the Pavka or Melty Power. Wouldn't be so shocked as well if Bigatron, Red Villains, and the Yudo Alliance will be playing around that vicinity as well. But Sersha alongside with CMF, XGSM, might just lean towards Pachinki for the time being. Sem 9 will have an early drop as well. They're going to be lining in a split coming from south to north. So that might just be a possible split here that they can offer around the vicinity of Mansion and Prison. Now we get to see official 1 for 1 will be at Nyasnaya, Sersha, and Genesis Esports leaning towards the way of school. And for the side of Stalwart and For America Vibes, wouldn't be so surprised as well if they're going to be dropping around the vicinity of the military island.
That is definitely a possibility, although we're not going to see too many players hit the top left of the map. Most of them going to be in the center or bottom half of the map here, as the flight path is going to be a little bit harder to reach. But we finally find out where the circle is going to be. It's going to be on the lower left side of the map. So about 50% of our teams and are out, and the other half inside the circle. Pretty even spread. But surprisingly, only 4 Miracle Vibes is going to be in that island that you were talking about, Warden. And they are going to be having the whole island to themselves. And not only that, a huge portion of the zone area as well.
I think Stalwart Esports is in rotation right now, coming from the right side of the bridge. Gonna go to the direction of Novo as well. But hey, at the end of the day, military base is still gonna be occupied by the one and only former Recall Vibes. And now we move back here to Vampire Esports, playing around the vicinity of Primors. Aegon X8 will have here appear for them all alone. And there's gonna be a lot of squads here that will be having their own respective drops. So not much of a possible situation where we get to see early altercations. And this is exactly what we like. Things pretty slow, waiting for the right time to make a strike. And till then, we might just be able to see more defined gunfights later on.
Well, we'll definitely have to wait for that. But again, guys, it's very early into this first match, so things are going to be a little bit on the slow side for now. But as we can see on the map right now, as we have a overview still here with us, we can see that there's quite a lot of teams that are pretty close by. Yodo Alliance pretty aggressive going towards the team of Bigatron Red Villains. Stalwart Esports also very close to 7th Element. That's a possible engagement as well. And we also have Sersha very close to Morph. So let's see which among these teams are going to be first forced into an engagement. But from now, we can actually see a Gokubot here on the side of 7th Element, very close to Tops on the side of Stalwart. They haven't spotted each other yet, but I think 7th Element Gokubot here is aware that there are players close by. Probably not sure what team, but the fact that there are definitely teams to watch out for.
And it's going to be Solar Esports for you around the vicinity of 7 elements, so it's going to be a pretty dangerous fight here. And something about this game is that you have the security vehicle, so it's going to be the first thing. Second of all, make sure you don't just have a Bison and a DVS to play with. Have something to rely on the distance, and that's exactly what Cleon wants to do right now. Does have an information that Earth Z will be right around here, first out of Sersha Esports, but at the same time, they want to take things slow. No eliminations, not just yet.
Things slow down as they know they are in a very risky position. Morph here though, they're going to use those vehicles to rotate faster around the map, trying to get the better position, maybe even the high grounds. But with them being very far from their opponents, I think they're going in a pairs right now. They are going to be at a little bit of a higher risk here as they're not able to back each other up. But right now we're going to take a quick look at the players on the side of Sersha Esports here as they are trying to get better loot. They are at the school area, pretty clear for them, not too many teams close by, but as we saw in the overall map a while ago, they were pretty close to the players of Morph as well as Genesis Esports, so we'll have to see if they are forced into a battle with that or are they going to be able to get their loot safe.
And I think, they have two of these factors locked down right now, just waiting for their loot to pass by. Although at the same time, there's going to be plenty of opportunities that they can just avoid. But back here for the set of Face Clan, they are going to be playing around Georgia Pool. And the last time we got to see them play around Georgia Pool was that, they were always so around the vicinity of IHC. And for the most of it, it was a 50-50 battle. That's exactly why things were pretty slow between them. And quite fortunately for them, IHC will not be found into the competition. So they have the whole docks of Georgia Pool for them.
Phase here, they are going to be taking the vehicles, trying to move into this zone as they know they are a little bit on the further edge of the zone, trying to move into it. Right now, things are going to be still pretty slow. As we can see, 5 minutes or almost 6 minutes into the game already, but no engagements from any of these teams so far. So they're doing pretty good staying alive, but that just means that there's going to be way more action when the zone starts getting closer and they're forced into a smaller area.
Euro Alliance, not a stranger as well in regards to winning off those rounds, but at the same time, when it's not the map of Miramar, you don't really get to expect a lot from them. Let's see if they can prove themselves here into the jungle coast of PUBG Mobile Erangel. Now, for Miracle Vibes, trying to find a recovery on what they can offer here for this very round. There is a bit of a bug. We're not really seeing Doc here into the cam, but rest assured they have a complete set of players. All considering the fact that they are arguably the best team here in this competition right now, so they can't really afford to slack off.
And as we can see here on the overall overview of the map, you can see Stalwart Esports has also made their way into the military-based island. Although still pretty far from the players of For Miracle Vibes, they're going to be able to maintain that distance for now. And as you can see, the blue zone starting to move in closer as we get closer towards the end of stage number 1. The players also are starting to use those vehicles to relocate, getting closer towards that mini-map. But look at this. We're going to see an engagement here between the players of Bigatron and 7th Element. Bigatron in a very difficult situation as they're going to be down to 2 players left. Their other 2 players knocked, but pretty far away that they're not going to be able to heal up. Now, trying to push into an engagement with the players of 7th Element. They're going to be able to get one from behind, but Lapar here going to gain one as well. Make that two. And it looks like seventh element. They're going to actually be down to, I think, two last players as well. Pretty even situation for them and Bigatron Red Villains. But look at this. Sem9 getting into the mix, trying to get some action on their side. They're going to go for an aggressive push here.
Aggression is what we like to see here on SPRP here, and it's going to be Bigatron Red Villains up against 7-9. 7-9 closing in the distance. I'm going to be going against Lapar at the front lines. Now it's going to be Kenny S trying to revitalize alongside with his teammate as well. Lapar with a UMP making great damage now. Janfrost as well. And it's going to be a back and forth trade-off, and it's looking like it's Bigatron Red Villains facing a lot of damage, but they quickly retaliate as well with the same amount of force. And now it's going to be a 2v2 situation here. Janfrost on this. Raps will try to make a play, but Mikhail shuts him down. And 7-9, they force Bigatron Red Villains out from the get-go.
And looks like we are going to be going back to the side of Morph here. They still have a complete team to their side, going to be able to get some loot as they find some bodies here to be able to get from. But look at this, we still have all of the teams here on the map. A couple kills, but they were able to get those revives back up. And so 15 teams remain in the game, but the map has gone smaller and smaller. And look at this Warden. We are seeing a lot of these teams in very close areas that they are going to be meeting each other pretty soon now.
Ooh, looking like it is going to be revolving around the vicinity of Perry Pierce, so I'm not exactly so certain how to feel about this, but the last time we got to see this one play out, it was absolutely Stalwart Esports rocking it through, all because of the fact that they had a really good read in regards to like how they can play around the playing grounds. But moving over, they're not currently found into the mix as they are still in rotation, coming in from the eastern side of the map. 4 Miracle Vibes trying to find an entry as well here, coming from the side of military base, and everything's looking pretty compact here, Wasabi.
Very compact, but look at this Morph. They're going to get the high grounds here, a little bit of a height advantage over their opponents as Cleon here tries to maintain this area. But on the kill field right now, we can see Sem9 taking down the players of Yodu Alliance, going back and forth there, but not really able to eliminate them just yet. 13 teams left in the mix as Bigatron and 7th Element gets out. And we are going to see things slow down once again, waiting for more engagements to happen. But look at this, Sem9, very close to the players on the side of Yodu Alliance. They're going to try to go for an engagement. Off camera, we see Genesis Esports getting eliminated by Sersha. 12 teams remain, and Sersha trying to get into the mix with 141 as well. Going to be able to get a couple of them down. 141 down to 2 players left in the game. Unable to revive their teammates just yet as they're faced with 2 different teams in front of them.
Now it's going to be Megamind missing the first lethal. Gonna drop the smokes to try to mitigate the visuals as well here, coming in from the side of, 141 official here on top of the ridge. 2 vehicles to play around with, but the quick fight here from the side of Kenny S on the side of 7-9 will be able to get a connection with the Sega. Now he wants to go for the rendezvous, but unfortunately it's a bit too late. Mikhail wrapping around, looking to mitigate the players here from the side of Yodu Alliance, but decides to go for the pickup instead.
And looks like the pickup is going to come in just in time before they're faced by another engagement. But look at this, Sersha inching closer and closer towards their opponents with those vehicles as well, going to be able to allow them to rotate faster towards the players of 141. But the question is, are they going to be able to go into that engagement and come out alive on the kill feed? We're going to see Sem9 eliminate the players of Yodu Alliance. 11 teams left in the mix. The zone getting smaller and smaller right now as they try to get this win to their side. Sersha Megamind here trying to push into the building, trying to take down the players of 141. He's going to be able to get 2 and eliminate the whole squad with little to no backup from his teammates who are trying to get healed up there. And Megamind doing all the heavy carrying here, getting 3 kills to his name already.
You're doing a lot of the dirty work for this very game, and that's exactly what you want to have, especially if you're coming in very cold here into this competition. So having a teammate to rely on like that is going to be able to put you guys back here on top. And now overall we are seeing most of the impact being brought down here by side of 7-9, so I'm loving what they're doing here so far.
Very a good place for them for now, but of course we have to see if they're going to be able to maintain that as the game goes closer towards an end. Right now, taking a quick look at the players of Agon I8 as they try to take these buildings and the roofs to their advantage, trying to scope out the opponents who are close by. But on the side of AE, specifically Outer Eagles Aries, they're going to be here on the high ground, outer edge of the circle, trying to play it a little bit more defensively, but close to them is going to be the players of Sam 9. So now they're looking to slow things down, not make too much noise. They do have a numbers advantage over Sam 9, but Sam 9 has been so good with their gunfights that they are definitely one to watch out for, especially considering that Outer Eagles Aries has no kills on their side yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough tell here for Alter Ego Ares because, not really able to put up the impact. You haven't really proved anything here for this very round. So it's about time for you to put yourself into the equation. And so far, they look around pretty confused, aloof. Not much really around for this side, but for side of Star Esports, I gotta say, Falak will be able to get the connection with the nade, make it a double cal here for them. But the nade will bounce back as well. IC will get the connection. And the players from the side of Aegon X8 from the front lines will try to close down the distance to finally eliminate Stalwart Esports here from this very run. Two players goes down. Can they still find the recovery? It's going to be 8-2 here looking to get the cutoff and try to take down the last and final player here from the side of Stalwart. And that's going to be Ghost as well here for you, closing in, drops the molly to the ground, misses the opportunity. And it's still going to be Stalwart trying to hustle things down, and it's not going to be enough at all.
Not enough to get the kill just yet, but the players of Agon I8, they still have 4 players on their squad, which is going to give them a little bit more leeway in comparison of the players of Stalwart Esports who are down to 2. But look at this, 4 Miracle Vibes at the further corner, inching closer towards this engagement, trying to get those long range shots as well using those snipers, not connecting just yet, but they are aware of the fight that's happening in front of them. And right now, Mikhail here with trying to scope out the area, trying to go in closer. But as they try to protect the edge of the zone as well, they're going to be faced by the teams who try to push into the circle at the later half of the round. But right now, we just entered into stage 4. Things are going to get even more heated here as the zone gets smaller and the map gets closer towards each other. The teams here very trying to get the best position possible, but not too far into the open.
And Torres from inside the face land will try to throw this final nade to get the connection on a Yoru. And on the feed, we have Malice. Well, we'll be able to take down Cleon. And it's only going to be one player here for set of Mark GPX standing strong. Would it matter? I don't think so. I mean, after all, we're talking about the cohesiveness here in the competition that Face Clan can offer here. And so far, it's going to be Rocky getting knocked down to the ground, hoping for some sort of miracle here to play out, but at the same time, it's very unlikely.
Down to the last couple of teams in the map, and look at this, it's such an open area for them to fight around, and not too much covers aside from the trees and the vehicles that they bring in, a couple of bunkers here and there, but again, not enough that they would be able to really take cover from one another. And now, as we take a look at the overview of the map, as you can see here, the players on the side of Vampire Esports very close into engaging with 4 Miracle Vibes as well as Sersha Esports. And on the kill feed, we're going to see the first couple of shots in the engagement happening. Agon I8 from afar, trying to get into the mix without pushing into the fight just yet. But look at this, Vampire Esports, they have 1 kill on their side and they're not afraid to get more. They're trying to push in right now, trying to play it a little bit more aggressive, but Ravenclaw here with no backup, he's going to try and go back for his teammates before pushing it.
Shrep on top, Tourniquet as well, wrapping around. There's going to be 2 vehicles in play here on top of the mountain. And so far, bird's eye view for them. There's going to be 3 squads around the parameter that they can deal with. But for now, it could possibly just be Ravenclaw going to go against Sersha. And Sersha gets the first handful of bullets to connect. Drops the smokes here for set of Vampire. Throws down the nade to the left side. But there's going to be 2 opportunities on the right. And now he wants to go for another run with the nades. Could be a triple overall. But in the process, Chopper takes down 1 player from the side of Vampire Esports. Tony K down to the ground. Ravenclaw as well, but he is still trying to put up a fight. Commits to the UMP. Will be able to get 1 tagged up, but unfortunately, biggest mistake of his life. will get retaliated quickly,
Ooh.
and Formidable Vibes will put themselves into the equation from a distance. They take care of Vampire Esports.
And look at this, 9 teams left in the mix, but only FaZe Clan and Alter Egos Aries are going to be the squads with 4 players, as well as FaZe as well, that has 4 players to their name. Right now you can see that a lot of them trying to occupy those high ground to give them a height advantage, but not any of them trying to be spotted by one another. Here we can see Formidable Vibes trying to go into an engagement with Sersha Esports, trying to use a tree as a source of protection as well. But Sersha, they have the vehicles, and when you put some aggression on them, they are going to go in and trap you right now, putting pressure on for Miracle Vibes, going to knock East down. Baron is going to be the last player on the side for Miracle Vibes, trying to escape with his life. He's going to take the buggy out of this area, zoom away as far as possible from the players. But as soon as he does, he's out in the open fields, very close to the players of Sem9 as well as Morph and a couple of other teams as well. Not looking very good for him. And here you can see Baron gets taken down by Stalwart Esports for Miracle Vibes out of the game.
And they still want to make the difference here, but unfortunately, with them out, it is going to be a GG well played for them. But now Sersha and Egon XA8 will try to go head to head. Going to be plenty of resources and room to play around with so far, and at the end of the day, it might just be Sersha here pulling away as they do have the height advantage. Falak down, IQ looking to get a revive. Ghost as well looking to close down the distance here on the eastern side of the mountain. But at the same time, the allocation of attention here for set of Sersha is not so defined, so they're really having a bit of a hard time on how to recover from the situation.
And right now, things slow down as there's a lot of teams packed up in this area. But now, Megamind forced into an engagement with Agonite, going to land his shots, knock him down. Agonite down to one last player in the mix, and he is trying to go in for an aggressive push on Earth here. But Earth, unfortunately, going to pay for it, but gets the kill just in time with the grenade. Agonite out of the mix. Now, Smoke's coming through, trying to give cover to the players of Alter Egos Aries, but will that be enough for them to stay hidden? Right now, Sem9 all stacked up in one bunker. That's one grenade that can take them all down, but no one going into the engagement just yet. And from afar, the players of Stalwart Esports using this bunker as well to take some damage on the players of Alter Egos Aries, lining up those shots. But Alter Egos Aries, having the vehicles to escape quickly, are going to make it out alive for now.
It's going to be a lot of mess here that we get to see for inside of Stalwart Esports. FaZe Clan will be right around the vicinity. Alter Ego Aries as well. It's going to be Stalwart Officer spraying down. Can he get the connection with one with Fnatic? Fnatic not really having the information that there's going to be bullets sending him to direction. And he is still pretty aloof and confused. And look at this. One player from the set of Stalwart will just be on top of the shed. That's very brave for this very squad.
Definitely a very bold move here, because that is going to be a very open area, not too much cover that he can use to his advantage. But look at this, 7 teams left in the mix. Things are going to slow down, but Sersha not going to slow down. One of those teams who are very aggressive, going to push straight into Alter Egos Aries, trying to land their shots with lava of Alter Egos Aries, going to make them pay, taking down 2 players already. Sersha down to their last and final player in the mix. Megamind far away, trying to stay hidden, and it looks like it's going to be a 1v1 between Fnatic and the player on the side of Sersha, while the others try to stay away from the mix phase here on the open fields, trying to go in and hide away from the players of Sem9, who are also very close by.
Made flying through from the side of Sem9 will take on Mela from the side of FaZe Clan. Now we move over to them out in the open. On Zanks, on a 4x, on at UMP, looking to shut things down as well. Moorman throws down the nade. A big nade might just be able to get the 2 players here from the side of Sem9, but regardless, he has his option right now to make this one work out. The nade flies through, takes down 1. It's all going to come down to Miguel now for the side of Sem9, and Moorman doesn't want to waste any time no more. Wants to go for the commitment. Takes down 1. Information relayed. Can they go for the trade-off? He checks, he clears, ring around Rosie inside of smoke. And Mikhail will get tagged up. Moorman, can he get the shot down? Commits the last bullet, commits to the M4. And that's going to be a clear up now. Sem9 out from the shed.
Six teams remain here, and Sersha, look at this. They have 16 kills to their name already. Although they're down to their last and final player, that's still a lot of eliminations to their side. That's going to allow them to secure one of those top slots on the match leaderboards. But let's see who is going to be the top team when it comes to the points. For now, we're going to see things slow down for a little bit. As there's six teams left, they're trying to heal up, trying to get ready for the engagement. Not too much things happening here, but Megamind, knowing he's the last player alive, going to use those smokes to gain some cover. But that also calls a lot of attention towards that area, especially if teams don't know that there's players there yet. So I'm not sure if that will really work to his favor or not. So let's see how that pans out. But for now, things slow down once again.
It's a battle here. Three brands only having one player to play with. Three players as well will have a duo to play with, and now it's going to be more GPX getting eliminated. Make it only two solos here for the time being. But with Sersha having 16, they've done too much already, and they've done a lot. And that's going to be enough for them to skyrocket themselves here on the overall board. Lower esports has been pretty stale as well. So there has been a lot of flips around here into this competition or on this very round. Let's see who can reign supreme once more at the last and final few circles.
Right now, things are going to go a little bit slower. Megamind here playing it as safe as possible. He's going to just stay on the lower grounds, not moving too much. But look at this. The players on the side of Stalwart Esports going a little bit more aggressive. They're going to try and scope out the players on the side of FaZe. Shots not lining up just yet. But look at the stops. Very aggressive play staying on the roof. Nothing to cover him. Nothing to keep him safe. And yet he stays up there and looks like he's going to pay for it as he gets knocked down. Stalwart Esports down to one player as actually here gets taken down. One of their players gets taken down. Actually, going to be the last one up and active.
Oh, Fnatic drops on the smokes once more, trying to mitigate the direction from the west side of the map. CMF X GSM still wants to get into the mix as well, but the nade from the side of Stalwart Shawnee will shut one player down. And that's going to be enough to throw Alter Ego Ares out from the gate, the case, and he is going to try the long to go for the pickup as well on towards stop. So it's still going to be Stalwart Esports here. They're looking to play this one through until the very end.
And now they're trying to stay alive, trying to make the placement points worth it on their side. Most of the teams down to one or two players left. Slight disadvantage for the side of Sersha, as the rest of the team still have two players in each of them. But look at this Megamind. He's far away from any of the other teams, which might just allow him to stay alive here while the rest of the teams fight it out. Although we'll have to wait for what exactly happens. But look at the smart placement by Megamind, using not only the destroyed vehicles but also the vehicles that are still usable here to make some sort of shield or wall here so that he's going to be able to hide from the opponents that might be moving his way, and that's going to give him a slight cover to use to his favor. But right now we can see the players of Stalwart Esports going to be able to revive one another, and with smokes that Megamind keeps putting off, he's going to get spotted here. Shots not connecting through the smokes, but actually causing a lot of chaos here as he tries to take down the players of FaZe, and he's going to be able to get one. FaZe down to the last and final player, but their shots line up actually gets taken down. One on each side. FaZe versus Stalwart is going to be our engagement right now. And the question is, which of these teams are going to make it out alive?
Tough question right there. I'd rather answer general mathematics question, Wasabi, because this is so hard to read the situation
Okay,
right now.
math question. Math question.
Nope.
2 plus 2.
Nope. 5.
2 plus 2.
It's 4.
You're so smart. All right. Back to the game though. FaZe is going to get eliminated by Stalwart Esports, so I guess we got our answer there. And we're going to be down to 3 teams left here, Warden. Stalwart Esports, GSM, and Sersha in the mix. But it looks like Sersha is going to try and stay hidden. Stalwart, on the other hand, going out in the open, but the zone is going to be favoring the players on the side of GSM. which means that the other two teams, they're going to have to move.
Gotta move on. Gotta find a way to clear things up. It's crazy to see that Sersha is dropping like 16 kills right now. But Stalwart
Absolutely
and
crazy.
GSM. Radical, gnarly, intense. And now it's gonna be Tops here, out in the open, looking to get the cut down onto the players of Sersha and GSM. Megamind throws down the smoke from the central side. I don't exactly know if that's gonna be benefiting him, but one for sure he gets a clear angle onto Tops and he gets it done. Drops down, looking to close down the distance, but at the same time, there's really no, really, you don't really have to. So, gotta take things slow. After all, we're talking about the top three teams here in this competition right now.
And look at this. Tops is going to get eliminated. Looks like Stalwart Esports going to be down to one last final player action in here. He has to step up his game. And it looks like Megamind on the side of Sersha, despite being the last and final player, he's going to go in for the move but gets eliminated and pays for it as the players try and target his vehicle. Now, it's going to be a 2v2 situation between the players of Stalwart Esports and GSM. But GSM going in for the push while the players of Stalwart Esports trying to heal up. This is their best moment to go in for the push, and it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do. But with all the smokes in the surrounding areas, it's going to be a very difficult situation here. Using their grades to their advantage as well as the incendiaries, but the shots just not lining up just yet.
Ooh, rowdy, rowdy. Howdy, folks. Akroni throws down the molly, and he gets spotted down. Big commitment from Set Stalwart to get the kill, and they claim the 4 elimination points, and they move over with another win for tonight. Wasabi.
Pretty good day for Stalwart Esports, huh? Like, after 2 days where they kind of suffered, didn't really do well, today they're definitely stepping up their game. 2 wins already, both matches back to back, getting that winner chicken dinner to their name, trying to put their board on that number one spot and catching up to For Miracle Vibes slowly but surely.
Yeah, and once more, it is a start. So props to them for this one. Winning back-to-back rounds is not something that is so easy to do, but they get it through.
And here we can see the players of Stalwart Esports. Again, second win for the night, considering that we've only had 2 games so far. So maybe we might just see them win a couple more games. And here, it's going to be 6 eliminations to their name, with actually getting 5 of those eliminations. Unfortunately, Die For You as well as Icy got eliminated in the earlier half of the game, so we didn't really see too much action from them. But Actiony and Tops, on the other hand, they played that last couple of rounds really to their favor, knowing the best way to position themselves, not going into too risky of an area, and just making sure that they get those placement points and not just all eliminations.
5% of Victorian tops with 1, 6 actually overall, adding 2 to what I initially said. That's going to be 16 overall. So this is really impressive here from Set of Stalwart Esports, and it's going to be the day number 3 for them, winning 2 games in a row back to back. So later we're going to be moving over now to Miramar with that very map having the best odds for them to win things through. I wonder if they can stay consistent. Consistency isn't something that is so prevalent here in competition for set of PUBG Mobile. So if they go back to back to back, I'd be pretty impressed.
It definitely would be impressive if they're able to pull that off, but I don't actually know if they're, yes, they will actually be playing for game number 3. And right now we're going to take a quick look at the overall leaderboards for that last match that we saw. Sersha Esports, they're still going to be on top because of that 16 eliminations they were able to get. I think they did also make it into top 3 or 4 at least in placement wise. But either way, those 16 eliminations really just gave them a huge boost here. And after them, it's going to be Stalwart Esports with those 6 eliminations, followed by Sem9 with the 11 eliminations. And unfortunately, the players on the side of 7th Element, Genesis Esports and Yodu Alliance getting no points at all.
Woo! GG. Well played once more. And, I'm still pretty proud of you for sure, Sharp, for being able to pull away with this one. So I need to see if ever they can retain the consistency as well, because eliminations is not something that is so strange for them. But unfortunately, they did falter in regards to the last and final clash, so they weren't able to bag that chicken dinner.
Yep, and a while ago I was actually reading the comments and they were saying that D Savior is not in the mix, and they're actually right. D Savior, unfortunately, we didn't see them in this game, though they are part of Group E. They aren't going to be showing up for this match. Hopefully, we'll be able to see them later on. But right now, top damage dealers of game number two, it's going to be Sersha Esports with the 16 kills and 2,548 damage dealt to the rest of the teams in this game. And followed by that, Stalwart Esports with 6 kills, Sam9 with 11 kills, FaZe Clan with 6 as well, and GSM with 2 kills or 2 eliminations respectively.
Well, they're going to be a gunner for this one. And much fortunately is that we are seeing things here be different. That's exactly what we like to see. So props to them on this one. But for the time being, we are moving now to the overall board with now four Miracle Vibes on top of the competition still. Same goes for the side of Sour Esports here, slowly but surely climbing up.
And right now, the gap between Stalwart Esports and Four Miracle slowly getting smaller and smaller. A while ago, it was about 29 or 30 points. And now it's actually going to be down to 15-point difference. So if Stalwart Esports is going to be able to pull off another good game to their side, they might just be able to catch up. And as you can see here, where they have a huge difference is not actually going to be in a placement points between Four Miracle Vibes and Stalwart Esports. It's actually going to be on the elimination side. Week number one, we saw very aggressive plays from the side of Stalwart, but this week, it seems like they're playing it a little bit slightly more defensively. And well, we have a little bit more changes aside from that. Sam9 is going to be at third place, followed by FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, Agon I8. And on the second board, we're going to see Bigatron Red Villains on the top, followed by Sersha Esports slowly climbing their way up. NB Esports, the Savior, unfortunately didn't show up for that last game, so they're going to stay on that 12 spot, followed by Precision Evos, Alter Egos Aries, 1 for 1 Official, and Morph GPX on the bottom.
Definitely more CPX here on the bottom, but hey, it's still all right. There's still going to be three more opportunities to go here. And for the side of Procedure Evos and the Xavier, they've been pretty stale and sticking around to each other. So I want to see them being able to put up a fight as well. And moving over, the Xavier, really impressive that they were able to, win off their very round as well here coming from this week number two. So it's still not going to be the most diminished run for them. But at the same time, we move over now to the MVP race, and we're seeing three different squads here, Wasabi. We got one from NBA Esports.
Yep, and on the running, it's actually going to be Four Miracle Vibes East versus Stalwart Esports Actiony and NB Esports Mondo. And here they're going to be on the top spot, but it looks like East has a huge gap when it comes to the MVP points in comparison to Actiony and Mondo here. He's going to have a huge advantage considering the last two games For Miracle Vibes has just been on top of their game today, and as long as they're going to be able to maintain that, East might just be able to get the MVP win or that extra $100 into his pocket in the end of this event.
Hey, it's very unlikely for NBA Esports to win off this very event, but if they are going to be able to come out alive and have an impact at least for the MVP race, it's precious $100 directly to your pocket. So hey, we take what we get.
Yep, I mean, I don't think anyone would object to additional 100 pockets straight $100 straight into your pocket. I'm sure a lot of teams or players would love to have that opportunity, but unfortunately, right now we only have 3 in the mix or in the running for that specific award. Again, guys, we're done with 2 maps so far. We're done with Sanhok and Erangel. We're going to be having Miramar in just a couple minutes, but before we see that match, we are going to be taking a very short break in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we need a break because we have to get ready for the next batch of games here on the worst round number 3, 4, and 5. So, hey, we'll be right back, guys. See y'all in a bit.
Hello and welcome back here on the Do League. Vince G here, and I'm gonna be joining Wasabi for the meantime. It was an intense two game, and we're gonna be expecting to see more in this third map. So Wasabi, I wasn't able to catch every moment. So what's up?
So, well, a quick summary of what we saw so far. We did Sandhawk and Arango already. And on those first two games, it was actually Stalwart Esports that came out on top, winning both matches back to back when it came to the placement points at least. But there was a little bit of a difference because if I was not mistaken, it was Sersha Esports who got 16 kills in that second game. So they were able to get the most points when it comes to the number of eliminations for game number 2.
So it's all about getting the scores, all about taking the leaderboard. So Stalwart Esports finally awakening towards their game plan. This might be their day because if I can recall yesterday, there are teams that managed to get two chicken dinners for the same night. Face Clan, and of course, we see Sem9 popping off. But as for Sem9, Sem9, I think they need to work more on this day number 3. For Miracle Vibes, I believe they're still the first placer, or do you think that Stalwart Esports, if they're doing so well tonight, they might be the first place? What do you think?
Well, there's definitely a chance for Stalwart Esports to catch up. There's about, I think, a 15 to 20 point difference between them right now. But of course, it's going to be a very tall order for them. I'm not saying they can't do it because in week number 1, Stalwart Esports pulled off a couple games where they got 18, 20 kills in one match. So that's definitely a possibility for them. But of course, it's a tall order to ask for and we'll have to find out.
So I'm so excited to find out what's gonna happen here on our third map. So they managed to play a couple of maps for tonight. They managed to do a warm up, but this time around they're gonna be pouring it all out because they just need to play at least 12 or 13 maps, and this counts as the third map actually for the night. So this day number 3 is all about catching up. But if you're in the first place, I believe Wasabi, you cannot be slacking because if you do slack, then that means you're gonna be giving up an opportunity for your opponents to at least catch up, and that's the case yesterday for Miracle Vibes, and of course Genesis Esports is the same thing. That's why Sem9 managed to climb on top, Face Clan as well. But as we go towards the Miramar map, the flight path is just going so straight. So I kind of like the flight path. So they're gonna be starting from north, going down hard west. So they're gonna be dropping towards their respective drop spot. So if they're gonna be going towards Impala, then this is going to be a challenge for them as well. But majority of the circle that I've seen in Miramar usually starts at the middle. Sometimes it shifts hard, going southeast. But let's see what is going to happen in this Miramar map.
Well, we'll have to find out because every game is different and these teams are looking to change up their plays. But right now, we can see a lot of them actually trying to go into the center of the map, which I guess is a pretty good strategy so that no matter where the circle ends up being, they're going to be able to move there relatively quicker, especially considering that last time we've seen, or at least in week number 1, these circles were not too favorable to for the teams in the past couple of days. Although I'm not sure how it has been in week number 2, as today's my first day casting for week number 2. So hopefully things are a little bit different here.
Well, as we can see, the stats on the left side, still for Miracle Vibes, topping off the charts, setting the standards with 68 total kills and 14,000 total damage. And Stalwart Esports, in terms of like eliminations, they're just trailing behind, I think, 9 points actually, or 11 points. So it's not really impossible for Stalwarts to catch up. They just need to be consistent in terms of like getting those placement points as well. They tend to be so aggressive. Stalwart Esports, we all know that they are the South Asian team that is very dominant. Hailing from Mongolia, They are trying to at least make their name before the global championship. As we can see, the circle shifting towards the not center, but somehow favoring the eastern side of the map. Alter Ego is in. Vampire Esports positioning towards the middle. Sem9 is just above Vampire Esports. We can see the Yudu Alliance is just beneath the hill in the La Bendita. And the other members, actually, with the split that they're doing, some Persia Evils members might catch them running towards the main row, but okay, I can see behavior punishing the members of the IHC. Monte Nuevo is just too hot in this case. Behavior, we can see Levi's looking, spotting for the other members of the IHC. This is not gonna look good for the IHC. You don't want to be eliminated that early. We can see the resist. They're trying to at least fight back. They're trying to retaliate. Godless here, trying to at least anticipate every attacks. Parajin here, now waiting for Godless. Godless is not moving an inch. Actually, I love the patience for this guy. Parajin actually calling for help, trying to signal his teammates. And here they go, trying to at least, okay, go on par, knocks down Parajin. Godless managed to at least bring him down. So that's a good elimination. Now, behavior, they lost one already. They need to eliminate Godless. Actually, there's still two. There's still two around the corner, and one of the team members is just calling the shots, and we can see Demo actually is just outside waiting, anticipating for the next move of the behavior.
Yep, the Savior here, they're going to be down to 3 players left, trying to slow things down as they know IHC is right around the corner. But again, this is going to be the Savior's first game of the night, as they weren't able to show up in game number 2, and of course they were not in the list for game number 1. So this is a little bit of a warm-up game for them, and unfortunately they're going to be faced by a IHC pretty early off in the match. So let's see how they're going to be able to handle this as the players of IHC try and attempt to put pressure on them, forcing them to hide within this building and be confined in there, trying to find a way to exit and get a couple kills on IHC without them getting spotted.
But this is just even Stevens for behavior and IHC. The clear winners for the early engagement, it seems like GSM managed to punish 2 members from Hale. And Hale, that's a bad start for them. They already lost 2. We can see now Sersha trying to at least clear the area, get some items, and then probably rotate inside the circle. So they're just taking their sweet time actually, together with Behavior and IHC. They're just waiting for the next move. And if you move wrong on that encounter, that means your team is going to be in trouble. Look at that. IHC now, we can see 1 wounded member. They need to at least revive him. And now Levi's with the finish onto Godless. That is really, really good. IHC now losing the numbers advantage. 2v3 situation. Chua reloading his AKM. Now going in for the push. Lamborghini just waiting for the order. What is going to be the next command? Alex is just outside the building, and Demo, they're just trying to hold this Montenuevo area. They're not gonna let go. They're not gonna let go of the building. We can see the smoke place coming in from Behavior. They're gonna use that as a decoy. What is going to be up next? Are they gonna push? Yes, they're gonna go towards that big house. Gonna enter, and IHC managed to punish down 1 member of the Behavior. Behavior now trying to at least anticipate the next move. Now they went down the window. Are they gonna climb up? Okay. Alex, you're looking for Alex, and then he managed to at least jump down the window together with the other member. So now they have the high ground control. Now 2 of them pushing in. Where is going to be the help? Okay, you're not gonna survive for that long, Lamborghini. You're gonna be punished hard. And for Levi's, you're too late. You're too late to respond. They managed to get 2, suddenly shifting the momentum towards the IHC, and now they have been annihilated. Behavior is out. Oh, okay.
And the Savior eliminated out of the game. They are going to be sent back to the lobbies. IHC, on the other hand, they are going to stay alive here, still in the game. Although they are going to be down in the number of players that they have, they do still were able to clear off four eliminations to their name, which puts them on the top of the leaderboards for now. But of course, it's still very early into the game. No saying what can happen just yet. Stage one just about to end. A minute left before we get it moving. But right now, we can see the players on the side of Four Miracle Vibes are going to try to relocate towards that zone area. As they are on the outskirts of zone, they're going to look to move in, as well as our other teams. As we can see here, overview of the map, a lot of players on the side of Sersha still outside, a couple on the players of the side of Seventh Element as well. They have been looking to move into the zone, but look at this, a lot of the teams that are in zone, they are going to be stacked up in one area very close to each other. As we can see here, Stalwart Esports very close into getting into an engagement with not only them but Bigatron Esports, as well as Vampire Esports. Sem9 and Outer Egos also close by, ready to get into the mix. And any moment now, once one gunfight starts happening, that's going to be a chain reaction of fights there that go on, and this is going to be a huge bloodbath here.
I love how you describe the situation. This is going to be, a chain reaction for each and every engagement. And this is what I love. This is what I love about Battle Royale. You cannot stop yourself from engaging. You see a lot of bodies, you're gonna be tempted to get that kill. You're gonna be tempted to get that elimination. Okay, now we zoom in. We're gonna be seeing the next shift of the circle. They go strong. They shift hard towards the south. And now players are now investing towards that area. Seventh Element made it to the zone, but now they have to push downwards together with Hale. And now we can see that this is going to be a crowded northern side of that next circle. So this is gonna be this is gonna be a really, really huge problem for each and every one that came from north, and now each and every one of them is gonna fight each other because whoever managed to at least get inside the circle first, they have the right to gatekeep. But it's all about surviving. It's all about using every bit of utilities. You just have to use your opponents as your advantage to reduce the numbers. It's all about how they play this one out. Stalwart Esports now trying to at least ignite some flame towards the vampires. Persia Evos now trying to get involved as well. You can see how crowded this La Bendita area right here as Redface managed to punish Icy.
Yep, a very, very crowded area with a lot of teams in the surrounding side. So they have to watch their back, but not also their back, every single angle, because it's a very, very open field where anything can happen. And right now, you can see players on the side of Vampire Esports, Ravenclaw, going to use those grenades to his advantage, trying to deal some damage onto his opponents, but not lining up just yet. He's going to spot actually on the side of Stalwart Esports, get some damage placed on him, backs away just in time. And on the kill feed, we're going to see Tony K getting a kill on the players on Stalwart Esports as well. But a backstab comes in from Die For You to get the reverse as well. And that's going to be the engagements between these two teams. None of them are really faltering too much just yet. They're still going to be able to stay alive. But look at this very aggressive slow push from a Ravenscar, inching closer towards the players of Stalwart Esports. But Vampire Esports, they are going to try and surround the players of Stalwart and catch them off guard here.
One of the Thailand greats, Vampire Esports, World Invitational Champions, back to back, 2022 and 2023. I'm not seeing them play so well in day number one, but somehow in day number two, they're trying to be, they're trying to catch up in terms of like getting those eliminations. But they have to work so well in order for them to at least get to the top. You don't want to at least fall behind. And now that is what Stalwart Esports are doing in day number 3. They wanted to at least catch up. Now top punished Tony K from afar, Die For You, and just hits the final blow. Serious now trying to aim their sights towards Persia Evos. Luxy is the target. Luxy managed to dodge all those bullets. Now being alerted, Persia Evos knows what's up. But okay, Iftar from Yudu Alliance is just above that hill. So 1-for-1, they caught themselves in a pretty sticky situation. They might get stuck in that area, and then some of those teams might go in for the push. And now hard shift towards the northern side once again. Players that came late now having that advantage, forcing you, the Alliance, to leave the Los Leones vicinity to go inside and to fight for the La Bendita. They can like occupy the graveyard. Sem9 can use that opportunity to at least make some clever plays. Boysil, on the other hand, now trying to at least watch his back. NB Esports, I can see Mondo being knocked down. Mondo, one of the top contenders for the MVP race. Actually, he managed to at least do well in day number 2, trying to at least catch up, overthrowing East or overthrowing Baron from for Miracle Vibes, and now he's just on the hunt to at least overthrow East and reclaiming that top spot. But now it seems like Bigatron is just trying to at least make that impossible for the NB Esports. Satar managed to get one member of the Stalwart, but what's next for him? Boysil using the spray sees the 2 remaining members of the IHE that is trying to cross in that blue, goes inside the safe zone. Akas now trying to at least use every throwables that he has, smokes, nades, you name it. This guy ran out of utilities as Red Face as well, trying to crawl his way through.
And now things start to slow down as they know there's a lot of teams in the surrounding areas not wanting to call too much attention to their own team. They are going to try and stay hidden for now. But on the kill feed, we are going to see 4 Miracle Vibes go in for a push on NB Esports, getting a couple of shots landed. And that's right on this area as well. Though we are spectating the players of Bigatron and Red Villains, that engagement is not happening, is happening not too far off from where we are. And now we're going to see a little bit of a different angle here as we have Satarlas here trying to reposition a little further from the rest of his teammates, but this is going to give them a good mix of angles, you know, to back one another up and catch the players of Stalwart off guard. Now look at this. Stalwart, they're going to have the high grounds, but little did they know that some of the players on the side of Bigatron is going to try and circle them, catching them off guard. And now we can see more of them trying to go in for the engagement. Gen Frost here with the vehicles going to inch closer towards NB Esports and for Miracle Vibes as well, who are up in the mountains. This is going to be height advantage to their side, but the question is, will it be enough to win this engagement that they are being faced with?
Now, Bigatron ready to cook some nades. Mondo rode the vehicle. Rowdy punishing Octa from the alter ego Ares. Superboy now trying to throw in 1 out of 2 grenades left, but he got punished by Top. What are you doing, guys? Stalwart Esports is the third party. We can see Top punishing so many players from outside. Look at that. Baron as well gets action. Action being taken out as well. Doc from Miracle Vibes managed to at least knock down 2. What a good support actually from the teams that are now trying to fight through. For Miracle Vibes now making some noise. They cannot slack off. They need those points up. They need to climb up the leaderboards because slowly but surely teams are now just trying to go behind them. And if ever that they played poorly on this day, then we can expect some teams that are gonna be rising on the ranks. We can see IC here trying to juggle that bullet. Misery now on that warehouse. IC now above that hill. Mondo being punished, but I think he's still alive though. With 1 HP left, East needs to connect that bullet in order for him to secure that elimination point. But Mondo has that good luck. No, Gen Force managed to at least get that skill, and NB Esports is now out.
They are going to be eliminated. 14 teams left in the mix and the zone, inching closer and closer as we enter into stage 4. But look at this. STE, Stalwart Esports, with a high grounds advantage. They're going to be spotting the players that are close by, not lining up those shots just yet. We have Sem9 to their left, a couple of teams behind them, for Miracle Vibes right around the corner, and just a lot of engagements waiting to happen here. But things again slow down as they wait for the right moment to go in for the engagement, trying to reposition themselves to get the advantage. But a little bit of a risky push from East here as he inches closer towards the players of Stalwart Esports, maybe looking to go in for the backstab. And right now we get a slight look of the map, the overview of the map. As you can see here, we're all going to be stacked up at La Bandita here, a very mountainous area that allows our players to take advantage of those high grounds and low grounds, and a good mix mix and variety of players all around the screen. As you can see here, as the map is so small, the teams are very compressed into this certain area, and we're bound to see engagements happening very, very soon.
Iftar now looking for an opportunity to cook those nades towards the members of Sersha. Tries his luck. If Sursa managed to at least catch this grenade, then it's gonna be a Bruno War situation for them. We can see now GSM trying to at least dodge that bullet. Iftar gave away his information. How many players from the Udo Alliance is left? They're still complete actually. There's still 4 top on the other hand. Not gonna let go of this crate. They can like use that crate as a cover. Alex now being punished so hard. He's now crawling. He's just asking for help. We're now talking about 49 as Alex not gonna make it through the cut. 14 teams with now battling it all out, but okay, one member of the stalwarts here being punished by Baron. Die for you now gonna go in for the revive. This is gonna be a really, really messed up situation. Okay, he's gonna carry his teammate. Reposition him, not a good idea. Baron managed to at least give them the grenade, and now 2 of them are now knocked down. He just wants to help though, but Baron,
No help.
this guy is just too bad.
Unfortunately, the help didn't help, but we are going to be down to 14 teams left here. A lot of teams still in the mix, and we're already 18 minutes into the game. Not too much engagements happening in comparison to the last couple of matches we saw earlier, but look at this. GSM, they're going to spot a couple of players on the side of 1-for-1. IHC gets eliminated by Sam9, and we're going to be down to 13 teams here. Precision Evos here, trying to go in for the push, but they get faced by 1-for-1.
1-for-1!
And now we're going to see 1-for-1 trying to get kill after kill, but unfortunately, Link's
Oh!
going to make them play.
Olio!
It looks like Precision Esports going to get eliminated as well.
It was a pretty much messed up situation for Persia and IHC. Persia Evos raining bullets towards the IHC, managed to annihilate them, but the last blow, it just came from afar. Udo Alliance gets the last laugh with that final blow, enabling them to get 1 point, but Satarles with that aggression with the DBS eliminates Baron. For Miracle Vibes now finds themselves in trouble. How many kills that For Miracle Vibes has? For Miracle Vibes needs to work their way through. They only have 5 elimination, but if they manage to at least be eliminated this early, they're not going to be getting any placement points. Doc now doing everything he could just to at least punish his opponents. Tries to knock down one member of the Bigatron. It's now up to Genfos. Can he do the revive? He's gonna prioritize himself. He's just running towards the open area, and now he's just eating bullets from the 1-for-1 and 1-for-1 here. Now making sure that they're not gonna let go over the shack, as these 3 remaining members are now gonna work their way through La Bendita.
And now the map gets smaller as we enter into stage number 5. 11 teams left in the mix. Sam9 here looking pretty good as they still maintain all 4 players on their team. But look at this. 1-for-1 series trying to deal some damage on the players of Yodu Alliance. Shots not lining up just yet. But Yodu, they're known as the camper team. They don't really go in for aggressive plays. They don't get too many games or kills on their side. But sometimes on rare moments they're able to get those placement points and rank pretty high up there. So let's see if that's what Yodu Alliance is trying to pull off right now, although it's not going pretty good for them because they have been spotted a couple of times here by the teams in the surrounding areas. And considering that La Bendita is such an open plain, with though has mountains and hills, it's such an open area that you're not going to be able to get too much cover on your side to play defensively like the playstyle of Yodu Alliance. But right now, we can see a couple of the teams trying to reposition themselves and a couple engagements going on between the players of Sam9 here. And I think that is also going to be 4 Miracle Vibes. But look at this, 4 Miracle Vibes going to get eliminated. 7th Element trying to go into the mix as well, going to land a couple of shots, but not enough to eliminate the whole squad just yet. And the map is getting smaller and smaller here.
Well, props to Doc to at least making sure that he's gonna last that long. But we're talking about how many players left, how many teams, 10 squads now trying to fight for supremacy now in the open. This is where the vehicle is going to matter. Okay, so from the start, actually, you need to acquire those vehicles. And no, actually, I've seen that knockdown Divine being punished here, or being punishing Mikial with that vehicle explosion. Now Tam, and of course, Mikial needs to be revived here. Kenny S being assigned to do the dirty job. This is going to be a hard task for Kenny S, but if he managed to pull this off, then it is going to be worth it. Sem9, they need to catch up, they need to regroup. 4-man strong. Sem9 popping off in day number 2, getting one Miramar and one Erangel map. This is going to be the rising or the uprising from the Malaysian Ligers, but we can see get slow, slowing down his opponents. CMF x GSM now trying to run for their safety. They're just trying to find some covers here. Hale now trying to at least sandwich them. Potato managed to get Earth Z. Tries to punish him in down the earth. Potato once again punishing Shopper. Sersha Esports not gonna make it towards the top 8. Being eliminated at 10th place. Potato looking for more. Managed to spot Oleo. Indonesian up against Malaysians. This is gonna be insane as Iftar driving that buggy, going in for the Rambo. He's gonna charge into the position of Alva. Now Alba will be forced to use his health kit, but Flash on the outside DBSing the one member of the GSM. Sem9 is just gonna do that road trip of opportunity, getting close to their opponents. They're just really hungry for that kill. They just need to get close.
They just need to get close enough to get and secure those kills, but for now, we are just gonna have to wait for them to finally go in for the push. Right now, Smoke's coming on through the side of AE, trying to get some covers from their opponents, trying to get away from Yodo Alliance, but right now, the push is coming through, and the players on Alter Ego is going to land their shots. Yodo getting some shots landed as well. A back and forth between these teams. Alter Ego's Ari is going to be down to 2 players, while Yodo going to be down to 1. Very bad disadvantage for their side, but Sem9 here, they are hiding, trying to stay hidden from the players of Vampire Esports who are right around the corner, and from afar they're going to try to deal some damage on the players of 7th Element as well. And look at this, teams are slowly dwindling down. We still have 9 teams in the mix, but most of them only having 1 player each, and Yodo Alliance unfortunately falters and falls down as well. 8 teams left in the mix and 20 players remain. Things are getting heated here as the teams are forced into the out in the open. Not too many buildings in the surrounding areas, only trees and the terraformings of this land to hide and use as a cover.
Well, literally, we're in the desert. This means heated battles for each and every one. Now Vampire Esports trying to at least punish their opponents. See Sem9. Okay, they're just near each other. But, oh, look at that. The position here somehow has terrains. Some of them can even get to the high ground. Some of them might be stuck low. Now Tam and the rest of the Sem9 now taking advantage of that high ground. Hale now just beneath them, underneath them, as they are joined, accompanied by the CMF x GSM. Now trying to run for the plane, that broken plane, to at least find a good position to hide. And now Schweppes here now try to get a peek towards their opponents, and okay, the last remaining member of the Stalwart Esports will be caught and now being eliminated. We're down to 7 teams left. So how many teams here are fighting for that elimination points, or rather placement points? We can see Get Slow forcing a grenade. One more nade. Get Slow, you need to at least use this wisely. You should punish to make sure that it's gonna hit towards your opponent. Forces a molly because it's gonna be a waste right now. Now trying to at least utilize the DBS. He's just trying to at least get some information on Rafael now with the DBS onto Alva. But 7th Element here being punished hard. Alter Ego now out. We're talking about 6 teams here. With the numbers disadvantage, I think Hale is not gonna make it through the cut. Sem9 now with 1 punished member. Depth now in the depths of trouble. Janasa getting that knockdown. Rowdy with that good grenade. GSM actually getting eliminated because of the seventh element. Down to the final five. Sem9 as well out of the equation. Four teams in La Bendita now trying to prove who is going to take home that chicken. Schweppes right now on the low ground trying to hide, trying to play peekaboo with the seventh element. But what did Alian do? He managed to pull the pin on that nade, didn't throw it towards his enemies, and now he has to suffer the consequences. Seventh element only got one elimination and now has one standing member. Schweppes trying to at least endure each and every opportunity that they have right now. Ravenclaw try to at least take a peek on Janaza. Janaza waiting for them. Managed to knock down Schweppes. Ravenclaw up next. Now two of them knocked down. Where is Stone? Stone hiding in that smoke. We can see the other player from the seventh element. T24 OP now trying to crouch his way through. We can see Stone below. Is he gonna go for the surprise? 1-for-1. Three remaining members. Janaza converting that knockdown into elimination. Vampires suddenly losing that momentum. It's all up to him. Vampires now out.
Three teams remain here, but 1-for-1. Only team with three players in the mix. They're going to have the numbers advantage here. They eliminate seventh element from the game, and it's all up to Hale Getslow to clutch this up. 1-versus-2 situation as one of the players on 1-for-1 gets knocked down. And the question is, will Getslow be able to clutch this game up, as he is the last player here, the only one able to stand up against 1-for-1. 1-for-1 on the other hand, 14 kills to their name already, is looking like a very dangerous team to go up against. And now you can see Getslow trying to play it a little bit more defensively, a little bit more passively, but 1-for-1, knowing that they have the numbers advantage, is going to use those throwables and utilities to their advantage and try to capture Getslow from all different angles. And there you have it. They trap him, get him eliminated, and they get that winner chicken dinner for game number 3.
That is a surprising move from a team that didn't even manage to play during the last few maps of day number 2. 1-for-1, we didn't even see them in map number 4 and map number 5 yesterday, but right now they're raking up in points. They are trying to hunt everyone on their sites, expanding their points, trying to catch up actually. Now they're on the second page, actually, with these points that they gathered, 25 points somehow. This is gonna shake things up for 1-for-1, as 1-for-1 will be trying to at least climb their way through top 8, as they can use this opportunity to at least, even though that we're not participating, it's gonna be an easy task. Kumbaga sa Tagalog, partida.
Yep, but right now we are taking a look at the players of 1-for-1 official. They are going to be the ones claiming the chicken dinner for game number 3. Again, this team, we've seen them pop off like they did tonight in week number 1, but unfortunately they just lack a little bit of consistency. And right now, they had a good game, racking up a total of 15 eliminations to their name. Of course, with Rafa with 6 kills, Janaza with 5 kills, and Sirius with 4. Unfortunately, their last player, though, getting eliminated pretty earlier off in the game, isn't going to be able to get as much eliminations or any knocks at all. But nonetheless, getting not only 15 kills, but the top in placement points, is going to rack up a total of 25 points to their name. And the rest of the teams not even getting half the amount of points that they got. Look at this. Hale Esports, total of 8 points. For Miracle Vibes, 8 points. As I think there's something wrong with the calculation with For Miracle Vibes, but they're going to be on third spot. Seventh Element at 7 points, as well as Vampire Esports. Sem9, GSM Alter Egos at 5. Stalwart and Bigatron at 4 with IHC as well. And unfortunately, it looks like the players on For Miracle Vibes, they're a little bit slower place in comparison of the last couple of days. They were able to get 8 kills in this game, but that's not enough to make up for how many points they lost in the first two games of the night.
Yeah, and not only that, actually they performed. They didn't pop off yesterday in day number two. So for Miracle Vibes, managed to lose that kind of momentum that they set during day number one. One for one official. Okay, all I can say about this Miramar map, it's pretty one-sided. One for one managed to get all the glory for this one. Still, for Miracle Vibes, managed to at least break the border. They're still three digits, 110 points, followed by Stalwart Esports, who climbed their way through us with 91. Sem9 just 1 point behind. FaZe Clan on fourth with 70 together with Hale. That's a good climb actually. GSM with 68, Genesis with 66, and Bigatron with 65. I feel Genesis Esports managed to at least drop a couple of spots from number 2 now down to 7. Aegon XI8 fell down 65, 141. Ooh, climb up that pretty high with 63. Sersha Esports with 57. NB Esports 53. Behavior and Alter Ego 48. Persia Evils 47. And this is not the vampire that I've seen in the World Invitational in the Super Leagues. This is just different. 36 points. They just need to work more. They just need to bring back their magic. And now, MVP race. Mondo out. Kenny in. 2.39 for East, who now has 25 total LMs. Baron on the second place, back on that spot with 2.29 MVP points. But Kenny from Sem 9, he's just too hot in day number 2. And I believe that if Kenny managed to be consistent together with the rest of the Sem 9, then he can overthrow Baron and then overthrow East and be the number 1 in the MVP race.
Yep, you're right. But can it's going to be East that has a huge advantage there, as he has about a point 10 lead over the rest of the people in the running for that MVP title. And once again, they are fighting for $100 if they're able to claim that MVP title in the end of week number 2. That $100 goes straight into their pockets, not even to their teammates, but them themselves. So, of course, they are going to be trying to continue with those aggressive plays, trying to get more kills as possible to maintain their spot on that MVP run.
You know what I love about this competition, this Duo League? Some of the teams here are not giving their all during the first few days, but day number 3, now we can see Stalwart Esports trying to catch up with the For Miracle Vibes. For Miracle Vibes managed to at least exhaust all those energy in day number 1, and that is why they're slowly getting points. Yes, they managed to get 200 points, but they're not even that productive, okay? Not unlike day number 1 when they managed to at least get the first and last chicken dinner of day number 1. Day number 2, they have been eliminated that early, producing like 1 to 5 points. That's it. But he'll, get come day number 3. Somehow they managed to at least break the borders, climb to 110. But what's gonna be up next for them? We only have 2 more maps tonight to at least prove their worth.
Yep, but before we see those next two matches, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. We'll be right back. back for the Jew League once again. This is going to be a day number 3 for week number 2 of the main event. Once again, I am your caster, Wasabi Gaming, and with me is Vince G. And we're going to be your casters for tonight. We're done with 3 maps already. We have 2 more. What are you excited to see, Vince G?
Well, I'm excited to see teams slowly climbing up that leaderboards. One for one, managed to pop off in that game, managed to nab total of 25 points in that previous Miramar map. So I'm gonna be expecting the other teams to step up actually. So for this map, for this fourth map that we're gonna be having, that means it's gonna be a game changer for the teams, or else it's gonna be the teams that are on top, especially Stalwart Esports, they're trying to at least slowly climb up. And now, teams to watch out for Erangel. Stalwart is number 2. Sem9 actually, who popped off yesterday, now still on the lookout. Now, Sersha Esports on 3rd and NB Esports now 4th placer. So, these are the teams that is very, very scary when it comes to surviving in Erangel. So, total of average, Sersha managed to at least get that formula topping, or no, Sem9 managed to unlock that formula topping the kill leaderboards.
Yep, but again, this is going to be the top teams for Erangel alone, and that's going to be Sem9, followed by Stalwart Esports, Sersha, and NB Esports. This just means that these are the 4 teams that we have to watch out for as we head into the next game. Sem9, they get an average of 9 kills every time they're faced into this map, so let's see if they're going to be able to pull off the same thing in this game, or will they falter a little bit, as we can see that Sem9, sometimes they are good, sometimes they're not, a little bit of lacking of consistency. Nonetheless, still considered as one of the top teams in this competition.
One of the top teams now, Sem9 did pop off pretty well last time, but for Miracle Vibes and Stalwart now trying to be on the head-to-head, 76-60. For Miracle Vibes, just have that 16 elimination point lead up against the Stalwarts, who is now slowly catching up. In terms of total damage dealt, so 14 to 15k isn't that far. And for Stalwart Esports, you just need to get around 800 points or 700 points in order for them to at least top off that total damage dealt. But for the survivability for Miracle Vibes, they just drop, because a total of average around the day number 1 or day number 2, it's just between 21 minutes. But as day number 2 progresses, they're just having difficulty into figuring out how to survive, as they have been the target of the teams. They just wanted to eliminate for Miracle Vibes early because they don't want them to snowball. So that is why, in terms of average survival time for Miracle Vibes, not that great in day number 3, but they can still they could still work out on that.
Yeah, definitely there's a target right now on the backs of the players of For Miracle Vibes, but they're shaking it off slowly but surely. They've been improving slowly in the last couple of games, so we'll see if they're going to finally be able to shine in this one. Again, we're going to be going into Erangel. This time, it's going to be Group A, B, C, and E in the mix. That means we are going to be saying goodbye to the players of Stalwart Esports, For Miracle Vibes, Yodo Alliance, and Vampire Esports, and giving a chance to the players of Bigatron Red Villain, Sem9, Sersha Esports, 7th Element, Precision Evos, Hale Esports, NB Esports, IHC, Morph GPX, FaZe Clan, Genesis Esports, Agon I8, Alter Egos Aries, D Savior, 141 Official, and GSM to somehow maybe claim the title in this next match. But again, there's no telling what to expect when we go into this next game.
Well, I'm going to be expecting a lot of action-packed moments. We're now back to the El Clasico map, it seems. El Clasico map, that means they have to prove their worth in the first OG map, actually. Every PUBG mobile players played on this map together with Miramar, but, compared to Miramar, Erangel is quite smaller than Miramar in terms of comparison. The average PUBG mobile map that we have here competitively, Sandhawk map is relatively small, but if you wanted to at least prove your worth, you just have to know the whereabouts of Erangel as we head over to the island, trying to at least launch the flight path. And this is an interesting flight path because we're gonna be starting pretty straight, starting from south, going upwards north. So as we pass over the Sosnovka military base, this could like give the teams an opportunity to drop in early. Just like that. They can like go into the military base itself. We can see Aegon XI8 trying to at least utilize the position here on the Sosnovka military base. Novorotnoye, they can like easily push towards Novorotnoye. And the other teams here can like go towards shooting range, can even push towards Talber. Georgopol can be an option too. Gatka can like be a feasible drop spot, but it's all about where the circle is gonna shift. Where is it gonna be? Where are they gonna rotate? So it's gonna matter for each and every one.
That is definitely the huge question here because we've seen some circles where these teams have been required to rotate pretty far off. So let's see exactly where that circle is going to land. But once again, guys, these are the players on the running for the MVP title, and these are the teams that have been the top damage dealers in the game so far. So watch out for them. And it looks like the circle is going to be down on the lower half of the map, not really favoring too many of the teams, especially those who decided to land up on top. And I think a lot of our battles are going to either be on the water or in the military base there in the bottom, which means we are going to see a lot of rotations as the game progresses.
Finally! This is what I'm gonna see. This is my favorite kind of circle. Each and every time that there's an Erangel map, I pray to the PUBG gods or the PUBG mobile gods to make the circle downwards, make it southwards, focusing on the Sosnovka military base, and it seems like my prayers are answered. So that means teams who jumped in late, that they need to rotate hard. They need to go down so quick, so fast. And now are they gonna do that? We're gonna be expecting a lot of gatekeeps. We see FaZe Clan managed to open far. IHC now having 3 bleeding members. Mela now gonna go in for the finish. And now Ziol running for his life. Now trying to at least regroup with his teammates. Actually, with that fast revive, they can still make their tactical play here. They already lost one. Onsens with the finish. First Blood brought you by Onsens from FaZe Clan. They're just playing hide and seek in the container crates. But oh my goodness, my days. Alex now not gonna go out. And now he's gonna take the fall. IHC suffering that annihilation thanks to FaZe Clan, thanks to Mela. And now they have the liberty to push. And that's for 1-for-1. 1-for-1 can easily rotate. They're gonna be going downwards this area, making sure that they're gonna be having the best position. So, in this kind of circle, stage number 2, stage number 3, I'm gonna be expecting a lot of bridge camps. I'm gonna be expecting a lot of gatekeeping action. They're gonna be overlooking that bridge. They're gonna make sure that everyone who tries to cross that bridge or tries to swim in the river, it's going to be a shoot to kill order. You're not gonna survive. We need those elimination points. And for us, this is gonna be a really, really, we're just gonna be shopping. We're gonna be getting all those points. Hale, actually, very, very far from the circle. They're in Georgopol. So they have to at least utilize the vehicle and then go in.
Yeah, you're right. Those teams that are up on the higher end of the map, they're going to definitely need a vehicle to start moving. And if I were them as well, I would start moving in pretty early because you don't want to wait for the last minute where all the other teams are already gatekeeping those bridges, as you were saying earlier. You want to be able to be one of those teams that are in the safe zone, in the area early on in the match. But right now, it looks like FaZe is going to try to get some loot on their side, and we're going to take a quick look at the overview of the map. As you can see here, Sam9, the players of Morph, as well as Hale, FaZe, and some other clans as well, they're very, very far away from the zone, and we can already see the players of, I think that's Agon I-8, starting to slowly gatekeep one of the bridges that you can pass to enter that military base island. But for now, not too many engagements happening yet, as the game is still pretty early on, and things are trying to slow down as these players try to loot up and get ready for more engagements to happen, while the other teams, specifically those in the upper half, they are trying to find the vehicle. Unfortunately, it seems that some of them are having a little bit of a trouble finding those vehicles and getting to the safe zone.
Well, for Hale, they're trying to at least get everything here in the Gorgopol area, but they have to move fast. They need to be careful. Face is just downwards. If they cross that bridge, tries to cross paths with the Face clan, who is just in the hospital area, this could mean war. This could be trouble for both of these teams. They could like lose a couple of members, but all the other teams here, Garcia Evos, Hale, utilizing every bit of opportunity to at least reposition themselves. Alter Ego utilizing the prison area. Guys, let's try to group up. Alva calling for his teammates. He's just trying to, he's just trying to gather a little bit of information. Tries to see if there is someone over this area, but there's no one there. Everyone is just so busy investing, going in that circle. That circle can dictate the pace of this game, and for them, it's just okay to at least endure the damage coming in from the Blues. It's just stage one. It's not gonna hurt that bad.
Yeah, definitely not too much damage just yet. It's not gonna be something that you will really have to worry about. But of course, that's additional damage dealt, especially when you're going to be faced up against an opponent or maybe even two opponents at the same time. So that's something that they'd have to watch out for as well. But right now, 15 teams still in the mix, as IHC is the only team that falters in the game so far. We are going to, however, see the players of Sersha Evos here, trying Sersha Esports trying to get the high ground here, trying to get the advantage and the scope on the players of Genesis Esports. They're going to be able to land a shot right now, repositioning themselves to get a play area to hide with. And right now, you can see that they are pretty far from one another, not able to back each other up, but they are going to slowly relocate towards each other and go try to finally play as a team. And right now, the zone is starting to close up. Last minute on stage number 1, and the blue is eating every single path at sight as they try to push the players into the safe zone. Some of these players still having to travel very, very far to finally get into the zone, but unfortunately for them, there are already teams gatekeeping those bridges, so they're going to be forced to either swim or fight.
Ha! I kinda love the meta here by the NBE Sports. Pegatron is just around the Novorepnoye pier, actually. NBE Sports going towards the pier. Now Genesis Esports, Simsai managed to get that revenge on to the members of Sersha. More of GPX, we've seen them tries to punish the members of the Sersha Esports, and now they've caught towards the crossfire. Master Smile having or driving that vehicle, we can expect to see a lot of action coming in from West Carry. And now as they got close towards the position of Sersha Esports, this Burmese team, this Myanmar greats, now hunting the Thai teams. More GPX wants to get involved as well. We can see the Bigatron, other biggest teams from the Indonesia. Actually, Bigatron managed to at least introduce their name on the map when it comes to the Global Championship during the pandemic 2021. Back when Zaxi and Luxi, the Dream Twins, are still playing for them. But you've seen Zaxi. He's now playing for the Persia Evils. Luxi now being a substitute player. We cannot see the connection anymore by the twins. Persia Evils actually started pretty strong, but with the new roster of the Bigatron, we can expect to see them pop off. They're just trying to play with their substitute as well, and actually they managed to, acquire one member from the former Buin, so they're gonna be expecting to dominate. And when he managed to at least get into the roster, played one time for the Bigatron in this Jew League. Well, they popped up. If I can remember correctly, they managed to at least get a couple of nice kills, but not enough to at least make sure that they're gonna climb up the leaderboards. More of GPX after that encounter from the Sersha. One kill is enough. They're gonna be, prioritizing their own safety. They're gonna be getting their base. Chopper being taken out by the blue, and has Sersha not gonna survive that pain. They're gonna be eliminated.
And now, four teams remain, but things slowed down, and we're out in the open once again. As this island that we're currently fighting in doesn't have too many buildings, a couple here and there, but mostly field and hills throughout the game. But look at this, Prestige Evos, they're going to try to heal up because they are getting ready to go into another battle. But the Savior here, faced up against FaZe Clan, they're going to have to try and go in for the push here, because if not, FaZe is going to make them pay. With those grenades at hand being shot towards the players of the Savior, they're going to get some damage dealt on them. And you can already see here that some of the players on the side of FaZe, Vintarez here with the grenades, really putting a damage on the scoreboard right now and making the players of the Savior regret the choices that they are making. But right now, Zone is going to force these players to start moving into the safe zone of the island and forcing them to relocate, as the damage is getting a little bit more painful in comparison to stage number 1, but of course still enough that you can bear it. Right now, we're gonna see a couple shots going through from the side of FaZe towards the players of D Savior, but D Savior having the high grounds, they are going to stay alive here, using that building to their advantage to stay hidden. But Lamborghini unfortunately got knocked down and is going to be in need of a revive or some health here from his teammates. And now an overview of the map, a couple of the teams still in that blue zone, very very far from the safety of that circle, but they are slowly starting to rotate back into that circle. And I think we lost Vinci for a while. But guys, we are going to be seeing here the players of Morph as well as the players of Alter Egos Aries trying to fight on that bridge here, trying to push towards the safe zone. But unfortunately, with so many players in the surrounding areas, it's going to be a very difficult one for them. And on the bottom left of our screen, we're going to see the players of FaZe here taking some damage as they fight with the players of D Savior. D Savior down to the last two players on their team as Lamborghini gets knocked down. Parajan here trying to heal up, trying to get some health back onto his line here, but unfortunately it's going to be a very difficult one as more teams get stacked up in the area. Hale getting closer towards the players as well, and FaZe not letting down any of those pressures that they're pushing on the players of D Savior.
The Savior now enduring the pain of that blue. They managed to choose the wrong path. They choose the left bridge actually instead of going right. And now all of these teams who invested in that left bridge trying to at least fight. And you don't want to waste those bodies. They wanted to at least make sure that those bodies is gonna count towards theirs. And just like that, the Javier Paragin utilizing every med kit that he has. Mela Morman just outside the building. NB Esports Sec managed to knock down one with Scary, utilizing that UMP onto Bobo Ho and finishing it off. Genesis Esport, who is just pursuing or is just taking a revenge towards Sersha, now trying to at least catch the Morph GPX as Morman now driving his way through, calling for friends. Are they gonna go in for Flash? Flash tries to drove away for safety. GSM is not gonna make it, but the gatekeeps are just so hard. He managed to punish one. Morman just needs to heal up, and now they're just raining those bullets on that vehicle. If that vehicle explodes, this is gonna be trouble. Falak managed to get Flash. And now Aegon XI8, they have invested in the right track. They have seen Hale, tries to pass them down. And now Aegon just welcomed them with open arms. Fanatic, good nade. Now trying to at least finish up with Scary. And now for the cleanup. Chua managed to get Tam from the SEM9. Finishes him off. Fanatic gets with Scary. Dep is now being knocked down. Punished so hard here by the blue. Fanatic trying to at least be patient, waiting for another possible engagement. Cleon with the revenge gets Master Smile. Genesis now out. Cleon once again being knocked. This is what you get when the zone is just so crazy like this one. You just have to choose what bridge you need to cross. If you're gonna go towards the left bridge or the right bridge. But when you go towards the left bridge, well, that means the zone is gonna shift towards right. So it's gonna be go time for them. They're not gonna waste any time at all. They're not gonna waste any opportunity to get those elimination points up and running. And as for the teams that invested towards the right bridge near the Noporapnoye, this means war. They have the better advantage. They have the better position as the teams from the left side is now being consumed by the blue.
And look at this, we're going to be finally down to 10 teams right now. Prestige Evo's here trying to inch closer towards the safety of the zone. And we also have the players of NB Esports here being faced by 141. 141 with a very aggressive push. All 4 players trying to circle this one player on the side of NB Esports. And unfortunately, he is going to falter. NB Esports, on the other hand, still has 3 more that they can use to deal with the players of 141. But 141 just so dominant with their gunfights, they're going to be able to keep and stay alive. And esports gets eliminated from the game. 9 teams remain here. Outer Egos Aries using this bridge to their advantage, using the gaps between the steps to get a couple shots landed on their opponents and trying to deal as many damage as possible and get their players off of the game early. 9 teams remain here, but the zone is inching closer, and from the looks of it, it's mostly going to be on the beach side or by the water, so not too much room to play around in. And we can already see some of our players going swimming there, but not really the best choice that could be made, as they can be shot by the opponents if they are down swimming. Now Falak on the side of Agonite going to try to deal some damage, but the shots are just not lining up just yet, and so he's going to be forced to rotate closer towards the rest of his teammates. And now a quick overview of the map. As I said a while ago, we're going to be seeing a lot of water battles or beach battles by the water, as our zone is mostly overlapping this river here on this island. And I think Vinci is going to be missing for a while again. But we are going to be seeing the players on the side of Bigatron Esports here trying to go in for another engagement with 141 from afar. The scope's going to be used to try to deal some damage. Shots landing. Jen Frost able to line up those shots, dealing some damage, but not enough to claim the kill just yet. And Satarlas trying to go in for the rotation as well. Pinch play from the players of Bigatron onto their opponents, but will it be enough? That is the question now. One for one with the vehicles starting to rotate, getting the high ground here, but not seeing anyone for now. They're on the verge of the zone, not really getting too much of attention to their side. But as I say that, Morph is going to get eliminated from the game. 8 teams remain, and with 50 seconds left on the clock before we enter into stage number 6, Sem 9 is going to falter as well. 7 teams left in the mix, and right now we are going to see the players of Bigatron trying to inch closer towards the players of Outer Egos Aries. But right around the corner is going to be 141 official as well, and so they'll have to watch out for that. As you can see, 4 teams in the zone and 3 teams outside trying to push in, but afraid to make too sudden of a move, as I know there's so many teams that they need to be watching out for. But right now, 141 going in for an engagement with Bigatron from afar. The scopes coming in, and as you can see in the screen on the bottom left, they are going to try to deal some damage onto their opponents, but that calls the attention of the other teams around them as well.
The circle here now being so interesting. Now they are the teams we can see here right now trying to at least fight towards the edge of that, the water, so they can use that as an advantage. Teams can either go swim back there, and we can see the open area here. Bigatron Genfos tries to throw insta grenades onto 141. 141 managed to still has that momentum towards the last game. Gets the chicken dinner. Face now out 7th place. Boysil with the final blow towards one member of that player. Now 141 wounded, trying to utilize the smoke play. Boysil punishes down Janaza. We can see 7th element now trying to at least survive on that encounter. Alter Ego is now there as well, trying to fight with 3 remaining members. Genfos We can see him cook something, but he managed to at least crouch just in time. Oh, okay. With a DPS answer. Good shutdown. Now he's gonna challenge Sirius. Is this going to be a serious way battle for him as he burns down Satar? Look at that. 1-for-1 out of the game. No more momentum at all. Alian managed to get Gen Pose. T24, Boysil is gonna be his priority. And Boysil is now out. Bigatron here with one standing member. Satar just needs to at least get a couple of, water in order for him to survive. But Alvag with the finishing blow. Down to final 4. Aegon, Alter Ego, Persia, and 7th Element. So who's it gonna be actually? 2 Indonesian teams. We can see Aegon XIA from the Pakistani and 7th Element as well. So let's see.
That's the question. Which among these 4 teams is going to come out on top? But kill-wise right now, among those who are alive at least, it's going to be 7th Element that's looking pretty dangerous. Not only do they have 5 eliminations to their name, but they also have all 4 players on their squad still up and going. And same goes for the players of Agon I8, although they have less eliminations in comparison to the players of 7th Element. Right now, we're going to see the teams trying to play this a little bit more strategic. As you can see, some of them trying to get the high grounds, forcing the players of Alter Ego's Ares towards the shoreline, towards the water where there's not too much cover. And 7th Element, on the other hand, as they occupy the high grounds as well as the area with the trees, they're going to be able to use that as a source of cover here to hide from the opponents. And of course, it's also going to be easier for those players on the high grounds to use those grenades and throw it towards the players on the lower half of the map. But look at this. Agon I8 spots out the players of Persija Evos, knows exactly where they are, and now starting to use their utilities to their advantage to deal some damage onto their opponents, but the shots just not lining up just yet. They're going to try to call some attention to the players of Persija Evos, and Persija Evos trying to stay hidden, using those smokes to their advantage, trying to take cover, but it's not going to be enough when the grenades are going straight to your face. They are going to try to find a way to rotate here. Agon I8 slowly pushing towards opponents.
Aegon XI8 now trying to at least go near the Persia Evos. Falak now trying to lock his way through Misery. Luxy waiting for that opportunity as Linux nails that nade onto Ghost, and Linux actually goes in hard. We can see now Alter Ego goes in for the push.
And right now, they are trying to get the players of Persija Evos out of the equation. Grenades lining up, taking down Lynx, who is down on his knees right now, waiting for a revive to come through. But Persija Evos going to be down to their last active player, and Agon I8 not stopping with that push, just putting all of their aggression onto the players of Persija, trying to make them pay. And right now, they go head to head. Last player on the side of Persija Evos gets eliminated. Agon I8 stays alive, but with only 2 players left in the mix. 7th Element still with 4. Alter Egos also still with 4. They're going to eliminate the players of Agon I8, and it's going to be a 3v3 between the players of 7th Element and the players of Alter Egos as well. And the engagement's going in already. The game is about to come into an end, and it looks like 7th Element staying alive here. Alter Egos down to 2 last players.
Now Alter Ego needs to figure out how can they revive or manage to heal up those remaining members. So it's back to a 3v3 situation. Potato now trying to balance his focus. We can see Ashad trying to at least, rotate around and probably make a surprise move. Okay, Fnatic receiving so much damage right now, but he's now knocked down. He's not knocked down yet. Alva drinking that energy drink in order for him to at least be replenished. I think he managed to get a can of Mountain Dew in order for him to at least, get up, step back on this game. Step up. This is going to be a really, really crucial situation. We've seen Alva chug down that Mountain Dew. That means he has that opportunity to punish down the members of the 7th Element. Ashad here, now trying to at least dodge all those bullets.
And right now, we are going to see Fnatic trying to heal up, trying to get some energy back into his fight. But 2v2 here as one player in each team gets taken down. And it's going to be about who is able to stay alive and whose grenade's gonna line up. Looks like Fnatic is going to fall to his knees, needing a revive here. And it looks like the players of 7th Element finally able to clear off the players of Alter Egos, claiming that chicken dinner for the night and getting the win for this round.
Wow, winner chicken dinner from the 7th Element. This is gonna be their first. And by that first chicken dinner, the 7th Element will be climbing up the ranks. Nice game though. We've seen how they managed to at least deal with the Alter Ego. 3v3 situation, reducing it down to a 2v3 situation until they can manage to at least balance it off. And congratulations to 7th Element for winning that round. How many points did they get from that encounter? So we're going to be expecting more from them later on as they are trying to expand more points. This is just map number 4, Wasabi. This is just map number 4, and this is just the start for the 7th Element to make some noise.
Yeah, definitely this is a good start for them, but of course there's only 2 more days aside from today for them to rack up more points, and right now they're going to be able to get 10 eliminations for this game as well as those placement points for getting first in the game. But the question is that going to be enough to put them on the first page, or will they be able to keep up this momentum in the next couple of matches that they have in the next couple of days to be able to somehow place within the top 4? That is a huge question to be answered. But before we get into that, the team statistics, it's going to be a pretty even spread among the players, all carrying their respective weights. But Ashad here only getting 1 elimination and 1 knock, but the rest of his teammates looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking pretty good for the 7th Element. 20 points is not that bad. They're going to be climbing up the ranks here. Somehow, these are the teams to focus. 7th Element, who managed to drive 22 kilometers. Wow. They managed to travel that far. You've seen how the zone shifted towards the bottom part of the map. That forced the players to, rotate really hard, and we got what we've asked for. We've seen a lot of action near the water, near the ridges, and we've seen an opportunity for these players to at least make something out of it. So Outer Ego, the most rotation that we have right now is from Outer Ego with 31.3 kilometers, followed by Aegon XI8 and FaZe Clan. How many throwables that they got, they have managed to at least utilize it all. 7 Element, 20 points. Alter Ego with 12. Both 9 points for the Aegon and FaZe Clan. Persia got 7. Red Villains got 6 together with 141. NB Esports and Genesis 5 points only. Sem9 and Morph GPX will be getting 3. Sersha, Hale, and Behavior both at 1 point. IHE and CMF XGSM for becoming the 2 soon teams. They're not gonna be getting any points at all.
And that's quite unfortunate for them, considering that they are some of those teams that really needs to step up their game. Unfortunately, they do lack consistency. We see some good plays from them every so often. We see them maybe get into the top 5 players teams alive, but they're never really able to claim enough points to really put them on the scoreboard or be one of those teams that you have to watch out for. So that's something that they need to work on as a team. Of course, there's always room for improvement for all of these teams, but nonetheless, these are going to be our top damage dealers for that last match we saw. 7th Element going to come out on top as they were able to claim 10 kills in that match alone, followed by Alter Egos with 6, Agon I8 with 4, FaZe Clan not too bad as well with 8 kills to their name, Persija Evos at 3, and pretty good amount of eliminations and damage dealt by the players of 7th Element as well as FaZe Clan with 10 and 8 kills respectively.
7th Element setting the standards for this game alone. 10 eliminations actually. They set up the high record for that Erangel map, dealing amounting to 1,540 points. But, just look at that. FaZe Clan just behind them with 8 points and 1,360. in Alter Ego, they just trail by 8 points when it comes to getting those damage dealt, and of course, Alter Ego just trails down by 2 when it comes to getting those elimination points. But the overall is going to matter. Still for Miracle Vibes, even though that they didn't even get a point, they're still sitting on top. But Sem 9 managed to switch places with Stalwart Esports. 93 to 91. FaZe Clan with 79. Aegon XI8 with 74. Who managed to climb up as well. Bigot from Red Villains managed to at least climb up with that play that they shown us with 71 points. Wow. Triple 71 that we're seeing right now. Hale went down. Genesis is just staying right there in that same spot. But for the Bigatron, they managed to at least catch up already. And as for the page number 2, we got 1-4-1 still. 69 points. GSM with 68. Alter Ego Aris with 60. NB Esports with 58 together with Sersha. Versia Evils and Behavior 54 and 49. And this is what you've seen. This is what I love to see. 7th Element now trying to at least get back towards the top 16. And just like that, with that, 20 points from 25, now 45 points. Well, this is going to be the catch-up that they're waiting for.
Definitely what they need to step up their game, but of course, despite winning that last match and getting 10 eliminations, they're still going to be on the bottom. But going back to those top teams on the scoreboard right now, for Miracle Vibes followed by Sem9 and Stalwart Esports. A while ago, we saw that Sem9 was leading over Stalwart Esports by about 2 points only, but we have to consider that Stalwart Esports did not play in match number 4, and going into match number 5, Sem9 won't be playing. So as long as Stalwart's able to get maybe 2 points or at least more than 2 points, they're going to still maintain that second spot at the end of the night. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do that. But before we see that next match, we are going to be taking a very short break before we go into Miramar. We will be right back.
After 4 maps, we are now down to the final map of the night. And we welcome you back here on the Mountain Dew League. Wasabi and Vince G is gonna bring out all the action. So as the shakeups happened, we've seen teams that are very, very quiet from the start, from the beginning of week number 2, now making some noise. And we are now seeing the seventh element getting that recent chicken dinner. Is not gonna make them wake up. Is not gonna make them climb up the ranks. They are now on the top 16 spot. But what can they do in this last final map? And as for the other teams, they need to do better. And that's what Salvi said earlier. This is going to be the last map for I think Sem 9. And we're gonna be seeing Stalwart once again here on the last map. They're gonna be playing once again. So for Sem 9, the points is just there. It's stopped. So for Stalwart Esports, all they have to do is to pop off, get those points. A couple of elimination points can be, or a couple of elimination points is gonna matter to them. If not, if they're gonna be eliminated too early, then they're gonna be stuck at third place.
Yeah, definitely. They have to at least gain, Stalwart Esports has to gain at least 2 points to overtake Sem 9, which is not that hard, you know. You just have to stay alive for a little bit and get a couple kills. So that's definitely doable on their side. But if they want to catch up to the players of 4 Miracle Vibes, they have to get 19 kills and somehow kill off 4 Miracle Vibes in the early stages of the map. But right now, we're not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. We're going to head straight into Miramar right now. You are seeing the flight path, and it looks like we're going to be from from the top left all the way down to the bottom right of the map, and that is going to be our flight path for tonight. And now we just wait for where the circle is going to be.
Interesting flight path. Now going downwards, they're gonna be going southeast right now, starting from northwest, and the circle is gonna matter. Going back to what we've seen in Erangel Wasabi, I kind of like to see the circle in the Novorepnoye side, or probably in the Sosnovka Island side. But in the Miramar, I kind of like to see the circle below here in the small island here in Los Higos. If the circle managed to at least go in northwest, or I mean southwest, then I'm gonna go crazy because I'm gonna be expecting a lot of bridge camps. I'm gonna be expecting a lot of gatekeeping to happen, just like what we've seen earlier. As the team managed to at least do their split, we can see Genesis Esports try to at least go head to head with Stalwarts. Nice thing actually. This is a nice decision making for them. The circle is gonna spawn in the northeast side of the map. So hail Stalwart. You're just inside already. Vampire Esports is gonna be utilizing La Bendita. Remember what happened earlier. La Bendita is going to be the final destination, but behavior right now punishing IHC. IHC now at least, you know, you're just trying to at least be eliminated that early. In basing on that previous Erangel map, you know, they have been taken care of earlier as well. And IHC now try to return the favor towards the member of the Haber with that nade. The fight in the Monte Nuevo is just starting. No first bloods yet. All we see is just knockdowns. So they still have time to revive their fallen teammate. Levi's with the mini Uzi on his hand. IHC now making sure that their pushes are gonna go through. The hater has something in mind. Are they gonna play it inside the building? Are they gonna go inside the house? Are they gonna occupy the second floor? Just like Alex did. Grenadier coming in from demo, nailing down the nail, and the Levi's spots Alex, who just managed to jump out of the window, and that is your second elimination. And now they're looking for more. The Haver has the upper hand right now. 1-for-1 exchange. Levi's now being punished. IHG turning things around. Chua waiting patiently here in the stairs. But we can see that the two remaining members of Behavior now grouping up, throwing in some smokes. Are they gonna be making sure that the building is vacant, but let's see. Behavior is not gonna move an inch anymore. They're gonna be waiting for an opportunity to at least commit that kill as they are looking for someone. They're looking for that knockdown member of the IHG to at least convert that into an elimination point. But Demo here slowly opening the door, goes through the window, knocks down Chua. Parajin all alone outside. We can see Demo here. Low on HP, managed to spot Godless, hides towards the crate, and he is now down. Behavior out of this game too early. IHC managed to do that annihilation at a cost of 1.
And unfortunately, the players of the Savior is going to be the ones paying for it. But look at this. IHC, they're going to be able to heal up their players. They still have 3 in the mix, as mentioned by Vinci a while ago, which is going to give them, though, a slight disadvantage in comparison to the rest of the team. As long as they're going to be able to maintain those 3 players till the later half of the game, they might still have a chance of winning this game out. But right now, things slow down as we wait for more engagements to happen. The team's still pretty far from one another, so we're not going to see too much action just yet. But look at this. Yodu Alliance are going to be here in Los Leones trying to get some loot to their side. But look at this. Demo is going to be here as well with the rest of his team, not too far off, and that might just be a possible engagement later on, and it's just going to be a matter of spotting one another now.
IHC now trying to run away from Montenuevo. That engagement between them and Behavior is just too bloody to start this final Miramar map. Behavior being annihilated, they can like take a rest right now. They can like focus on day number 4 while IHC is just gonna continue expanding the points. But the question is, they are now lacking in manpower. They just need one more player to in order for them to complete what they're not gonna turn back the time. They're gonna be trying to figure out how to at least survive or prolong and make it towards the top 3. And if they ever manage to get the chicken dinner, then that's gonna be, insane. The clutch trying to at least prove their worth since the start, expanding their points, 4 points in total. IHC, I think, they're starting so strong. Aegon XI8, they are trying to at least control the area together with Persia Evos. So let's see if ever that these players are gonna be engaging anytime soon. I'm really invested on where the circle is.
Yeah, definitely. We'll just have to wait for that though, because right now things are going very slow. But while we're waiting for that, guys, I want to invite everyone to go subscribe to Esports County on YouTube or wherever you're watching the stream. Don't forget to subscribe, drop a like, drop a comment as well, and a share to all your friends who might want to see this event. Again, this event is going to be sponsored by Mountain Dew, and there are still going to be 2 more days of action before we see and find out who is going to be the champions of this tournament. So guys, while waiting, don't forget to go and follow the page.
Yeah, go ahead and follow Esports County, and if you're a fan of Mountain Dew, then I suppose that you guys are now getting your hands over a can of can Mountain Dew. I don't know. I'm just thirsty. I can like sense that I need a can of Mountain Dew right now. But Morph GPX managed to punish down 1 player from the Genesis Esports. We can see the saga from both of these teams earlier on in the Erangel map, and now the saga continues, and now they're bringing it out. They're bringing it here towards the Erangel map. Torre Ahumada is where Genesis Esports is, and probably they're gonna be colliding with the members of the Morph GPX. Wait a minute. It's Morph GPX near NB Esports and 141. So what happened there? Is this a kill steal? Is this an opportunist move coming in from Genesis Esports? So that means it's a 3-way battle, and then from afar, you can see that the Genesis Esports is gonna try to snipe their opponents away. And on for 1, we can see Joey or JD1 punishing down the members of the Morph GPX, who is just trying to rotate. Okay, going back to the basics of Miramar, vehicles is very important. Why? Miramar is a very, very huge map. You need vehicles to rotate. And when you're playing out in the open, just like this area right here, this terrain, who doesn't have any covers at all, vehicles, once exploded, can be used as a cover.
Yeah, you're right. These vehicles are very, very important aside from the terraforming, the natural terraforming of the land. That's the only things that they can really use as cover. But right now, we can see that most of these teams trying to make their way into the zone and try to go into that safe area. But look at this. With everyone on vehicles, they're getting closer and closer towards each other. And especially in that concentrated area where VPE is, as well as Agonai 8 and some of the other players, I'm sure that they are aware of the locations of one another because those vehicles make a lot of noise. And when you're in a close, compact place like that, you are bound to be heard by your opponents. But look at this. They're slowly inching closer towards each other. And any moment now, we're going to see a more engagement. Look at this. Prestigio Evos gets eliminated. Unfortunately, not able to see that engagement just yet, but it's going to be the cause or the doing of Outer Egos Aries who are able to take them down. Outer Egos Aries not losing any of their players, just needs to heal up and revive one of them before they can go straight back into the action. Hail Esports taking the high ground here, trying to deal some damage onto their opponents in the surrounding areas, but not landing any of their shots just yet.
Mondo now punishing one member of the 141, and of course Sec managed to get JD1. Apex gets involved towards the Udo Alliance for MB. Now working their magic. Oh, Baron, you sleeky guy. It's just them making dream work. Oh, Leo not gonna survive that too. How many players left standing for the Udo Alliance? It's all up to Iftar. Iftar, if he cannot revive his teammate, then it's gonna be over for Miracle Vibes starting this right. And just like that, I believe it's all up to Iftar if he's gonna prioritize his own safety. Because for Miracle Vibes managed to get 3 bodies. NB Esports now trying to at least face the wrath of the 141. And as Fistboy ready to cook something up, here comes Sirius going outside. Mondo trying to use the chapel's walls as cover, knocks them down. Fistboy now trying to go in for the push. This is a tag team. Here comes Mondo with the cleanup. He has the DBS, but now they're cooking something up, change into something else. Janaza with that nade towards himself. No one is gonna get my body. You're not gonna get this elimination point. I'm gonna deny myself. And for that, NB Esports didn't even get that final kill. So it was supposed to be a total annihilation. It was supposed to be a 4-pointer for NB Esports, but unfortunately, the last member of 141 denied himself. So that's a good call for them to at least not making sure that not letting NB Esports climb up the ranks.
And right now, NB Sports, they're trying to relocate towards the zone area. Right now, you can see they're actually in the top of the zone at the outer outskirts, but they are also very close to the players of Genesis Esports. So they have to watch out for that as well and make sure that they don't make too much noise. But we can already see a couple engagements happening on here on the kill feed between some of our teams, although not too much action. We're still going to have 13 teams on the map, and it's just going to be a back and forth between trying to find the right location for each of these teams, as well as a location where they can find some enemies to kill. But here we can see the players on the side of FaZe going to spot out the players of Morph. Though they have this building as a way of cover, they have to be careful because one grenade towards a building could be a huge damage dealer towards their team. And of course, they are going to be having a full squad there right now that they need to watch out because they could be also surrounded into that area. But for Miracle Vibes here, trying to go into an engagement with Outer Egos Aries from afar, but uses the vehicle to back away with not too much backup from his teammates. He is going to try to find and relocate towards a better angle to catch the players of Alter Egos off guard. But Alter Egos with their vehicles as well starting to rotate, and it's going to be a back and forth between Alter Egos here and the players of their opponents, and NB Esports getting some shots as well with their opponents here on the other side of a hill as they try to attack the players of Genesis Esports. It's going to be a back and forth, and it looks like the players on the side of Genesis Esports is going to get eliminated. 12 teams are left in the mix, and 4 Miracle Vibes trying to make it dwindle down as they try to go in for the mix with GSM as well.
For Miracle Vibes now trying to figure out how are they going to at least annihilate the entire members of the CMMXGSM, who is currently hiding towards that warehouse. Now suffering one knockdown, they need to at least make a play in order for them to revive, and they made it. So they have to figure out how are they gonna heal that remaining player, and that's it. So we're back to square one actually for Miracle Vibes with one wounded member. Sec now trying to spray those bullets. Mad Cat becoming very, very mad. Gets down Baron for Miracle Vibes. Now try to play this one out slowly, but we can see the drive-by coming in, courtesy of Alter Ego Aries. Mondo right now chasing them down. Mondo, one of the top contenders on the MVP race last day, or yesterday. But it seems like he got overthrown by the member of SEM9. Now GSM ready to cook something up here. For Miracle Vibes needs to dodge that Molly. He's burning down to pieces with that nade coming in from the member of the GSM. Nailing down for Miracle Vibes, and oh, Mad Cat here. Wow, Mad Cat very, very mad. Mondo being taken care of. Doc as well. Grenadier coming in from D46. Now, Memo just waiting for that right opportunity to hand over that memorandum towards the For Miracle Vibes. And with that DBS finish, For Miracle Vibe got handed their memo to wait towards the lobby. You got to stay in the lobby for too long, and now you have the right to take some rest, For Miracle Vibes. See you tomorrow.
Yup, they said goodbye for Miracle Vibes. Our turn to rule this game. But right now, we are going to actually see the players of NB Esports on top of the scoreboard with 7 kills so far. So let's see if they're going to be able to maintain that, because right now, they are taking some damage from the players of Alter Egos who are trying to shoot them. Potato here with his weapon going to deal some damage onto the players of NB Esports. But NB Esports with the height advantage, Fistboy there going to land a shot, dealing so much damage on Potato that he is forced to back off and heal for a while. But right now 11 teams remain in the game, and things are about to get even more heated as these teams start rotating into the circle as the blue zone eats up, and the 4th stage comes closer towards an end as we move into the 5th stage. Here we can see the players of Alter Egos using those smokes to their advantage to be able to reposition themselves and move closer to the top of this hill to get the same advantage that the players of of Hale has as well. So they're going to try to rotate there, but from afar we can see Agon I8 spotting out the players of IHC, trying to deal some damage, but the shots just not connecting yet. Morph gets eliminated by the players of FaZe, and it's going to be down 10 teams left.
10 teams left now, trying to figure out how are they gonna be getting those elimination points up. This is gonna be tricky. Top now making some noise towards the Stalwarts. It seems like the Stalwart is now on the hunt to get back the 2nd spot. They are trying to overthrow the SEM9 because SEM9 is just taking their early rest right now. Gets low, reviving his teammate. Vintores managed to punish Action. And Action now being taken out. Vintores now trying to rotate. He needs to balance out the walls. And just like that, FaZe Clan being taken out of the equation. IC now driving that buggy. Stalwart Esports now with 7 points. Together with NB, Fistboy managed to nail down C-Sky only. Now Akaz going near towards the position here of the Hail and Hail. Let's see how are they gonna survive. Alter Ego is just nearby. Look at the split from Alter Ego. It's just insane. Two members dealing with up against the Stalwarts. Alva just nearby Tiger. And now Tiger being taken care of as well. Hale now out of the equation. Look at NBE Sports expanding their elimination points to 10. Stalwart needs more points. Vampire Esports now marking the NBE Sports from the other side. Now IHC. Where are the IHC? As Alter Ego climbing up, sees Tony K from above or from afar. Alva now has the high ground advantage. He needs to hide towards that hut. But one grenade can cost Alva his life. NBE Sports now on engagement. I think GSM now trying to expand more points with that knockdown. But Akaz successfully knocked down his opponent. Mad Cat cannot find the perpetrator. What is going to be the next move?
Well, the next move right now is GSM going to try to go in for an aggressive push here, but not really able to line it up just yet. But look at this. Alter Ego's Ari is going to go head on towards Stalwart Esports, knocking them down one at a time. Stalwart Esports going to be down to their last player, but Alter Egos Aries on the other hand, they still have 3 in the mix right now, so they're going to be able to eliminate Icy on the side of Stalwart Esports, and it's not looking very good for them as Die For You gets eliminated as well, and they're going to be down to their final player in the game. 8 teams remain here, but NBE Sports remain on top with a 10 kills so far. 3 players still in the mix, but they have been moving around quite a lot, causing a lot of commotion in the surrounding areas and a lot of noise. And as I say that, the players on the side of Stalwart Esports finally face death and get sent back to the lobby. Now 7 teams remain in the game, and things slow down once again as we wait for more engagements to come through.
This is just so hot, actually. They're fighting near the junkyard area. And now 7 teams. You do alliance with 1 remaining member. NB Esports being the dominant team on the mix with 10 elimination. They only got 3. Actually, they only have 3 remaining players left. But as for the manpower, Vampire Esports and Aegon XI8 has it all. Yudo Alliance having the numbers disadvantage. The odds are not in his favor, but he needs to make these teams, actually, the teams that he's gonna face, he needs to make sure the teams are fighting up against each other. So it's gonna be making it's gonna be easy for you to alliance if ever that the teams or the players are now fighting up against each other. So it's gonna be really messed up situation. Akas being punished here by Ravenclaw. We can see the Vampire, the World Invitational Champions, now nailing down each and every target that they see. NBE Sports, one of the Mongolian top teams as well, now suffering the wrath of the World Invitational Champion. And as for Alva, the Alter Ego, back-to-back Super League champions for 2023. Alter Ego still trying to at least get their game pace on. This is not the Super League champions that we know. They're now having so much difficulty adjusting towards the meta of the South Asian teams, mixed with the other countries for different regions. So yes, they know who to prioritize. You do alliance is not gonna survive through. We're now down to the final 6 teams. NBE Sports has 1 member being knocked down. Are they gonna go for the revive? I hope they do, because if not, NBE Sports is gonna head towards the lobby anytime soon, and you don't want, you're not gonna be contented with just 11 points.
I mean, if you have the ability to get more, of course you won't be contented with 11 points. You'd want to get more if you can. And that's exactly what the players of NBE Sports is looking to do right now. But unfortunately, it's not looking very good as they are pretty spread out and they're getting surrounded by quite a few teams all in from all directions. Look at this. They're all on this mountain right beside Minas Generales here. They are trying to stay alive and use these height advantages to get some kills placed onto their opponents, but it's just too risky of a fight or of an engagement to push into right now with so many teams in such an enclosed area or a small space area. Anything can happen. But look at this, GSM finally going to try to go and push. The players of Vampire Esports are going to falter as they get sandwiched between GSM and IHC as well, and it looks like IHC is going to be down to 2 players left. GSM in the same situation, but the players on Vampire Esports, they are going to be sandwiched between 2 teams face to face in a 2v2v2 situation here. In NB Esports from afar going to get some shots landed onto Vampire Esports, who are going to be down to 1 player left on their team. And here, Vampire Esports Stone, last player alive, goes in for the engagement with NB Esports, faces no fear, but unfortunately spotted from afar, gets eliminated from the sniper shots of GSM. Mad Cat here on the high grounds, going to deal damage, trying to get as many kills to their side. NB Esports gets eliminated as well, and our top 4 teams is going to be the players of Alter Egos Aries, GSM, IHC, and Agon I8 in the mix. But Agon I8, they still have a complete squad in the game.
Judging by the teams here in the top 4 now being involved in the Miramar mix-up, well, I can agree with you on that one. Agon XI8 has the numbers advantage. But for the rest of the teams, they have the terrain. Just look at how CMF x GSM is just utilizing this high ground, this hill, this terrain, as they are overseeing the teams from below the ground. Alter Ego just on their sights. IHC Godless managed to punish down 1 member of the Agon XI8. And now, as these teams below the ground now annihilating each other, punishing them one by one, GSM is just overseeing the situation. They can intervene like the gods. They can intervene each and every situation that they see. They can easily get those skill steals. They can easily get those points up and running. But IHC Godless now trying to at least look for any corner. From above, from the sides, they need to be alert, or else this is gonna cost them their life. But from Agon XI8, now down to the final 3. GSM with only 2 remaining members, but the hill work is just too strong for the remaining 2 teams. Mad Cat and D46 just being patient. And now, patience is the name of the game, even though that there is no hospital here in Miramar. There is a lot of patient people here.
There are a lot of patience, but that's definitely something that is needed by everyone, especially when you're at this stage of a tournament. And right now, the players on the side of Alter Egos trying to slowly make their way to the top of a hill, catch their opponents off guard. But of course, it's going to be a very difficult climb, as this hill is very, very high and very, very steep. But look at this, they finally make it to the top, faced by the players of GSM, going to land a couple of the shots, knocking down 1 of the players on GSM, and make that 2 as they eliminate the whole team out of the match. Alter Egos Aries still maintaining all 3 players in their game, and it's going to be a 3v3v3 between Alter Egos Aries, IHC, and Agon I8. But Alter Egos Aries going to pay, as the players on the side of Agon I8, specifically Falak, going to try to deal some damage on him. Fnatic trying to do the same, using the grenades to his advantage, but with the zone closing in, they're going to be faced to move towards the center of the map. And look at this, it's the players of IHC who are far off on the other side of the mountain, while the players of Agon I8 and Alter Egos Aries, they're going to be close by one another, meaning they're going to be faced to engage with one another anytime now. And look at this, the players of IHC not looking to be left out from all the guns and engagements here. They're trying to move closer and put some pressure on the opposing teams as well, getting into the mix. 3 teams remain, and things are getting heated as they all go up onto this mountain.
Jack and Jill went up a hill. Now it's time for these teams to fetch those waters from above that hill. And now vehicles exploded. Alter Ego, Fnatic, now trying to spot Okay, he managed to seize one, but not being able to commit. Now, the three remaining members of the Aegon Next I8 now being alerted. IHT still in the mix. Godless now waiting for an opportunity, but Fnatic cannot oversee him as well. Demo on the other side. He's now in the open, hiding in that exploded vehicle. This is what I've said earlier. Vehicles is gonna matter. If you need the cover, then you can hide towards that exploded vehicle. And now Demo is just utilizing that exploded vehicle in order for him to at least make a play towards Alter Ego Ares. And Alter Ego Ares now is not gonna let go what is going to be the hard shift towards this game. Where is going to be the next circle? As stage number 9 is just getting close. The countdown is now starting. Where is the circle? Alter Ego is still in. The members of the IHC, they need to go in. They need to come close. Alter Ego is waiting for you, boy. And now Demo running for his life. We can see Aegon XI8 not hesitating any more moment. They need the points. They need to convert IHC into an elimination point, but Demo resisting. He doesn't even want to get that elimination. He doesn't want to get eliminated yet. Not unless he managed to bring down Fnatic with him. He is throwing a lot of utilities right now. Those throwables being consumed towards the ground. Smokes being popped. Mountain Dew being consumed. And now Fnatic here with the concentration. He is not gonna move an inch. Where is his partner? His partner needs to make a move, but now Demo is punishing Fnatic so hard. Demo now slowly pushing in. I want to get in the circle, and here comes Godless trying to go with him as well. Fnatic with the knockdown, and Demo is out of this game. Godless is just hiding behind that big rock. Fnatic goes down and now goes for the finish. Ready to cook those nades. Now trying to go and descend towards the position of the IHC. Aegon XI8 now trying to at least withstand the damage. One knockdown member. The two standing members making that miracle play to revive his fallen teammate. But no, they're in the blue. And here comes Fnatic to clean up the mess. And now, Aegon XI8 out of the equation. It's all up to Godless to make this clutch. But the clutch, is he able to make it? Fnatic right now is going for that push of his lifetime, and they did! Fnatic, Alter Ego, won that map!
And the winner chicken dinner going to their side for the last and final match of the night. A great way to end the game. So many things happening in the last couple of seconds, in that last couple of minutes in that match. As you saw, we still had 3 teams in such a small circle, but because of the huge hills and mountains in the area, they were able to use it as a way of hiding and staying in cover. But unfortunately, only one team can come out alive and claim the chicken dinner for the night.
What a way to end this night. That chicken dinner from Alter Ego. They utilized the high ground. They managed to climb up that hill, steal that hill towards GSM. And now that they have the full control, Alter Ego Ares with only 2 remaining members, they have utilized the situation. They have managed to take control. They managed to oversee what is going to happen. It's going to be an easy task for these guys to at least get a couple of kills. Alva and Fnatic remaining as the last 2 standing members who managed to get the chicken dinner. 7 and 6 eliminations respectively. Octa being taken out first. Potato, who managed to get 4 couple kills. But 887 damage for Alva, but Fnatic here, actually from that position alone, he managed to punish how many players, amounting to a total of 1.1k damage, and 27 total points is gonna go towards Alter Ego's bag. This is how the Southeast Asian Super League teams, champions, plays it out. 27 total points, blazing hot. NB ESPORTS actually, they only got 3 points in placement, but look at how many kills have they gotten. 12? NB is just so insane, and IHC actually being the second to go. IHC got 6. Ago next I8 actually. They managed to at least end up in third, and with that 5 placement points, not enough though because of the elimination points. It's just too stale. But in terms of like getting those couple of elimination points, IHC and GSM actually they're hot. And Stalwart Esports they made it to the top 8, but it seems like they just need to at least withstand. But if ever Stalwart Esports manage to at least survive with their members complete, then it's not gonna be it's gonna be an easy task for them though. So look at that stats. It was insane. 17 to 2.7k for Alter Ego, setting up the standards. NB Esports followed through with 2.3k. In terms of like damage dealt, NB Esports with 12 total eliminations. IHC, GSM, and Stalwart Esports followed through, and that's how you end the night.
Yep, and with Stalwart Esports actually getting that 7 eliminations as well as those placement points, they're actually going to get that second spot and end the night with them being on second place. The question now for them at least is going to be if they're going to be able to maintain that in the next days to come. But of course, for Miracle Vibes, they maintained their top spot with a 16-point gap between them and Stalwart Esports. After Stalwart Esports is going to be Sem 9 and a close third with a 6-point difference, followed by Alter Egos Aries, FaZe Clan, Agonai 8, CMF x GSM, NBE Sports finally pushing into the page number 1. And these teams, they still have 2 more days of action before we find out who exactly is going to be our champion. But for Merco Vibes, they're maintaining that top spot. They've maintained it for the past couple of days, and now they are continuing to fight and trying to stay on top of the competition.
Nicely for the Alter Ego. With that performance, 27 total points, they climb up actually pretty high, and now they are in the 4th spot. But for the Shake Up Store's second page, we see a lot of movements. Bigatron, Genesis, Hale, and 141 being pushed back. Surshap, Bercia, Behavior, 7th Element maintained their spot, not moving any inch at all. And that is it for our day number 3. It was free with fire. The last Miramar map, thanks to Fnatic and the Alter Ego, it was intense. And it worked out until the very end. Alter Ego, Ares ended up in 4th spot in day number 3. That's the surge in performance. And as I've said, that is the Southeast Asian Super League champions work. And okay, Mondo going back into the number 2 spot. Okay, so East actually having the 2.14 MVP points, lower than what I've seen yesterday, around 3.20 points, 25 total elimination. But Mondo, the ghost of yesterday, is now back to chase them out. 2.14, just 0.4 points away. Mondo is gonna try to steal the show. Baron 2.7, but things competition is just very very tight.
Yep, it's a pretty close game for that MVP race, and I'm pretty excited to find out who among these players are going to be able to claim that. If I'm not mistaken, on week number 1, it was Apex from For Miracle Vibes who was able to get that $100. So I'm excited to find out who it will be for week number 2.
Week number 2 is just a different story, but remember, the teams here is gonna try to prove their worth, and the prize pool every week. If you manage to stay on top, be on top until the last map, your team is just gonna get $900. But if you manage to be the overall top team, then that means your team's gonna get $15,000. So that is a really really huge money for your team to at least be preparing for the next big thing, and that is going to be the global championship. And as for the Southeast Asian teams who is going to participate in the regional clash, the upcoming regional clash up against the Chinese or the PEL, the Peacekeepers Elite League, then this is going to be serving as the warm up for them to at least prepare up against the Chinese greats. But speaking of China, okay, unfortunately, this is going to be a global championship here wherein we're not going to be seeing Nova Esports from the PEL to participate in the global championship. This is going to be a really really refreshing uh, global championship for each and every participant, that one of the Chinese powerhouse is not being able to get in the global championship. But who knows what's gonna happen here?
Yep, that is the question. But that is going to be all our matches for tonight. Unfortunately, day has to come into an end. But we will be back tomorrow. And once again, I'm your caster, Wasabi Gaming. And with me is Vince G. We were your voices for tonight for the English broadcast. Thank you for having us, and good night.